Negros Occidental, a province in the Western Visayas region occupying the northwestern half of Negros Island. Regarded as the sugar bowl of the Philippines for producing more than half of the country's sugar output, it is the fourth most populated province in the country, with 13 cities and 19 municipalities. Often referred to as the land of genteel people and large sugarcane plantations, Negros Occidental has long been a center of culture and arts, perhaps owing to the wealth brought about by the sugar industry during the earlier times, making sure Negrenses enjoyed an above-average standard of living, or, in spite of everyday challenges, simply to enjoy life. Evidence of art and heritage meeting almost seamlessly, the contemporary merging with the vintage. The art scene of Negros Occidental thrives with local flavor and a unique visual language. The birthplace of VIVA ExCon with its founders, art practice in Negros Occidental has always been rich, giving us artists such as Alfonso Osorio and national artist for architecture Leandro Locsin. It is also home to some of the country's respected artists like Brenda Fajardo, Charlie Co, Nunelucio Alvarado, Norberto Roldan, and the Philippine representatives to the last two Venice Peñales, Manny Montelibano and Marcos Tiniani. Blessed with an aesthetic ambiance, the kind that can influence one to plunge into creative endeavors, art in the province is always dynamic. Though a tight-knit art community, diverse art groups exist. One is the Art Association of Bacolod, Negros, or the AABN, formally organized on July 4, 1975 by its first president, Budot Lizares, together with other founding artists. Art Association of Bacolod Negros is the longest-running art association in the province. Re-energized in its new space, the group conducts regular plein-air painting sessions, live sketching, and workshops aside from its monthly exhibitions. And just recently, the association created its AAB Youth.
AAB Youth reaches out to the next generation of artists here in Bacolod. It promotes the active participation in the art events here, and it also helps us interact with the fellow artists in the local art scene.
Other art collectives include the Black Artists in Asia, Binhi Creatives, Bihon, Pintor Kulapol, Pagbalunang La Carlota, Pamilya Pintura, Bugkos, Arte Negrense, LCC Painting Legion, LCC Artist Forum, LCC SHS Art Club, USLS Glyph. With more than 200 practicing artists continuing their art activities, not as competitively as the others, but very steadfast and with utmost dedication to their craft. Art has always played an important role in shaping the culture of the community. Proven by the community in Sagay, north of Negros Occidental, where legend Nunelucio Alvarado transformed Margaha Beach in Old Sagay, which has been called the Community of Colors. There is still more to discover. The progress and showcase of art in the regions may be limited due to the lack of resources. However, when there is a lack of possibilities, artists always create opportunities.
My name is Angela Silva, and I'm a visual artist and printmaker. I also make cyanotype prints, a form of alternate photography. I've named my studio and community practice the Rolling Paper Art Center. My personal goal is to introduce printmaking, cyanotypes, artist books, and other processes to local artists, communities, educators, and students. I want us to explore works on paper, mixed media, and installations outside of the usual medium of painting and sculpture.
The past 2 years show more development of art spaces in the province. Art residency spaces around Negros Occidental, to name a few, are: a bungalow art space is a creative space for visual art, including related topics like art education, dissemination of artistic information, film exchange programs, museum programs, and more. The emphasis of the Abungalo Artist Residency Project is to provide ample space for the artists to create works that in some ways relate to the surroundings and their actual impressions of the vista and culture of the island of Negros into the artist's perspective. Balay Puti, formerly known as The Mansion in Silay City, also offers art residency programs. Damgo Art Coffee Shop is a space for anyone who is passionate about coffee, art, and creativity. It is an alternative art space located in the Paris of Negros Occidental. Art District is probably the biggest space dedicated to art in the province. The desire to cultivate the art scene and infuse the artistic life into the community of Bacolod has been the root of developing this space. It serves as a home to various artist-initiated shops and galleries. It is where you can discover Bacolod's homegrown brand of creativity and where you can encapsulate the city's culture.
What happened? Then, Dula.
Miss?
Dula.
Hello,
Nag-pause.
Miss? Oo, Miss.
Dula.
In terms of exhibitions.
Bacolod, the capital of Negros Occidental, has one of the
Ay,
biggest
wala.
spaces in the
Nadula.
Philippines, one that beats the size of most galleries in Manila. It's hard to miss the huge building right smack in the middle of Art District. Orange Project, founded by visual artist Charlie Co and Victor Benjamin Lope III,
Masudla na lang
caters to
si
progressive
Dindin,
artists with the aim of creating awareness and opportunities between
Okay,
the local
Miss.
scene and
Meeting na,
galleries,
Miss.
fellow artists, curators, and collaborators. Orange Project is one tangible contribution
Yes,
towards the
standby,
elevation
please,
of art
ma'am.
consciousness in
Standby.
Negros.
Miss Dindin. Hi, Din.
The gallery has become the breeding ground for local emerging artists.
Hi.
Hi. And do you have any materials to use with your talk?
Yes, I do. Should I send it now?
Please send it. I think it would be better if we are going to play it for you. Is it PowerPoint or video?
It's a PowerPoint.
Yes. Can you kindly send it?
I send it by email to the secretariat address.
Okay. Ida. Eds. Did you receive the material of Miss Dindin?
I will send it now.
Okay. You're about to send it pa lang. Sige.
Standby lang po.
Stand by please and then we'll play it.
Me also, please.
It's actually just short.
It is short.
Like short. I might not even take more than 30 minutes.
That's good. There will be 4 of you presenting din. So that would be great.
Okay, who else is presenting?
There are 4 of you. So
Can I send it by
let me
chat group?
si Rica Estrada of CCP will start, then Ben Susuki of Japan Foundation, then Teresa Rances of ACC, then you.
baka I can send it via the chat group.
Sige be,
So let's try.
I think you can do that. PowerPoint lang naman.
Hi, Din.
Hi, Manny.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, there, I sent it na. Just a short presentation. It just basically summarizes what the government has done in terms of helping the arts.
Yes.
Recently.
Yes, the minute you get it, can we please play it?
Has Maureen been posting it? I've been telling her to invite the other.
Din.
Hi, Tess.
Hi.
Good to see you, Tess.
To see
Hi,
you.
Rica.
How are you?
Okay, how are you? Oh my gosh.
I'm fine. Wait, sorry. My video's not on. Sorry.
Miss Jade.
Yeah.
Right ang kay Miss Din.
How can we just play that, please?
PowerPoint.
Miss Rances, Mrs. Estrada, hello. We'll just finish with Dinden first and then you.
No problem. Please.
Hi, Tess. How have you been?
Good, but not so good. I just lost my brother to COVID. So
I'm sorry to hear. When did this happen?
2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, Tess. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is your slide.
Okay. Yeah. I think
So then, cue mo lang si Ida. Just tell her next slide when you're done.
Okay. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. That's it. One more slide, but that's just a thank you slide. Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Great.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Rica.
Hi.
Hi.
So I think Miss Dindin, you're okay. If you want to have lunch, you can just come right back at 1:30.
Sige, I'll see you at 1:30.
Yes.
Just lunch with my daughter. Okay.
All right.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Ids, do you have the materials of Miss Rances? Supposedly a PowerPoint and video.
Siya, Miss Jade, runs some PowerPoint and then I play the video which we can try now.
Miss Rances, you're gonna start the PowerPoint.
Yes, I can do that. Are you going to put me into share?
Yeah. Hi, Gina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, great.
Hi.
Hi.
Right. Though I also gave it to.
Do you want to explain it, Miss Rances?
The reason why I wanted to do it myself is so that I can do the pacing with it, or will it be easier for everyone? Will it be easier for everyone if I just say next slide?
Yes, actually.
Okay. All right. It's also with you. I've sent it to Vin.
Okay. So, Ids, can you play the PowerPoint, please?
There you go, Miss Jade, doing it. Here we go.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Next slide. Next slide. Right. Next slide. Okay.
Nakamute na, nakamute.
So before this slide, so after this slide, I will say, before I end my presentation, I'd like to request to play the video on ACC.
Okay. Can we do that, kids?
That's it. And then last slide, when I say thank you. Or if it will be difficult, it's okay. I will just stop.
I think you can just keep on talking, Miss Rances, but we will bring the slide back. Kids, bring the last slide back, please.
Okay. And then, so, okay, then I will be talking right after the video. I will talk, and then the last slide can just go on.
So this is only one slide, this
yes.
one? Ay, nadula, kids.
After that, the last slide is, I will talk, and because this has the link for those who might want to. Yeah. All right.
So this is the one and only slide after the video?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Sige.
Thank
well,
you.
Thank you, Ms. Rances. We'll see you
Thank
at
you.
1:30.
We'll see you at 1:30. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Naka-on na ng camera mo.
Bye, Miss Tess.
Off na?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Miss Rica is here. Do you have a PowerPoint, Miss Rica?
Yes.
Are you going to play it, or would you like to send it to us so we can play it for you?
I prefer sana if tani ako na lang mag-play.
Pati sige, ay pa-share siya, Ids. Ipa-share siya.
Allowed na, Miss Jade. She can share.
Okay.
Okay ka na daw. You can share.
Alright, kita nun.
Yes. But
I'll full screen.
Sige lang, okay lang. Karoon lang.
Full
slideshow.
There. Okay lang na?
Okay, good.
Okay, and there. Okay. All right. Okay. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So stop share ka na lang dayon. You will be the first speaker, Rick.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Okay. So I think we're good. We're gonna see you at 1:30.
All right. Thank you, Gid.
Salamat Gida.
Same link lang, no?
Same link lang Gid.
All right. See you. Thanks.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, man. Wala ka to sa ano?
Sa din.
Or karon pa? Dito sa
Ang
conference setup.
adire ko sa balay.
Okay. Mauna lang ko. I'll be back
Sige, Rick.
1:30.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. See you
Thanks.
later. Okay.
Hello, Manny.
Baby.
Kumusta na kada?
Okay lang.
Saan mo ko padala na sa imo pizza?
Basi humoy na mga bot da sa imo.
Di ko, why ko ninyo unmute sa video? Wala si PGO, gasunod. Busog na.
Nyaga ka na, Peds.
Oh. Vegetarian ka kasubog, pre.
Send mo na ang imong island report. Ana, do
Yes,
we have
yes.
Yel?
Miss Jane.
Can we
It's
just
with
have
Amida.
the island report
Amida.
of Ana, please? Yes.
Negros Oriental, originally known as the island of Buglas, is an island that is abundant in culture and the arts. And as we celebrate VIVA ExCon Bienal, let us look into the Negrense art scene. Upon initial listing was the discovery of hundreds of local artists. And as visual artists in the island grew in number, so did art collectives and organizations. Negros Oriental is filled with art spaces in the form of galleries, universities, souvenir shops, and other business establishments. Since the last Viva in 2018, we have had a wealth of art exhibitions that highlight the works of local artists.
Let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. The shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna
Hard to end with
despite the loss. I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested. Open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. The shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna run despite the loss. You gotta get across. Whether you like it or not.
Towards the end na, please. Okay. So on, we are just going to play your video straight na hindi ka na mag-i-intro.
I can just talk a little bit lang and then play.
Okay, good. Okay, good. And kids, hi PG. Hi PG.
Hello.
After the synthesis, si Manny is going to introduce you for your song.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Lata lang ko pedya.
Ayos ah.
Okay, so I think we're okay. At 1 o'clock exactly, we are going to play our standard slides, and then Ona is going to take over for our Kamustahan. Okay, so in the meantime, pwede na mag-chika-chika, go. Hi, Olive.
Chika go.
Hello. Ayan, hello to.
Ako namin, doon sa imong nga background.
Yan, man. Ano, outdoor.
Hi, Liv. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Hello.
Do kahaging gila sa imo.
Yan eh. Oh, hi.
Baliskan kami diri, trap ko sa kwarto. Tawa ka na page. Ano naman?
Naka-ready na dahil yung mga ano?
Uy,
mga paraphernalia.
What do you mean? No, you're on the air, man.
Paraphernalia sa yung mga
artistic visual artistic paraphernalia.
Mag-document ka rin.
Tama. Ready na as usual.
Sinong nasa sa UP sa Hoya Gallery na bilin?
Jay.
Ha?
Sila Jay. Masunod sila karon.
Okay.
May video na ko. Can you see me now?
Yep.
Nagtambok ko upper bodies pre. Upper bodies lang. Ang lower bodies ang magyapon maintain. So,
awan-awan mo.
Ha?
Ano ba? Awan-awan mo karto.
Bawal eh. I cannot do anything. Bigla, temporary lang eh.
Kumusta si na Raymond?
Okay lang, nag-jam kami last Sunday pag kami nag-host, remember?
Oo. Pero kumusta siya? Okay lang daw.
Okay lang. Oh. Gusto siya mag-team teach sa akong klase. Na-board na siguro. Sige mo. Sige, ikaw lang, kuha sa kulod. Ako na naman ang retire. Pulis ka rin.
Naidlaw siya.
Oo. Pero budlay siya kay dugay siya ka sapat. Ang mga text kaga, mga communications, mga after 2 days, 3 days pa, laos na per niya mga...
Why siya ka basa, guro?
As usual, Raymond Gapon. On the air na siya, on the air. Recorded din sa Jade, recorded. Wala ko natapos ako.
Record dugay-dugay pa tama record.
Oh, pag gano'n ka. Gay na pa ko aga-aga sige Zoom sa klase hasta subo.
Grabe, no? Sakit
Sige lang,
matamay.
wala kami klase dapat subo kay recovery period.
Sakit
1
matamay.
week from November 16 to hasta buwas, recovery period, nag-academic freeze kami. So, stop. Stop, pero sige gyapon ko Zoom meeting kay kita ko sa syllabus ko pre. Uy, schedule gali ko mag-Zoom. So, sir, wala man ta klase subong ako. Audience ko dalawa lang kabilog. Anyway, ang webinar pala na sa talk ni Marica sa December 9, sadya na.
Sa December 9.
Webinar about mga artists teaching on pandemic time, mga misadventures and adventures.
Kadto siya sa Cebu?
Yes, webinar on sa live stream online. Sa Ateneo sa Ateneo Gallery. Sige lang, I will forward ko ang link. Si Chris basta yun yung ang isa ka panelistra sa inyo.
Okay.
Tapos si Angela sa Bacolod, Angela Silva. Ako sa Cebu, puro mga ga-teach, mga art educators, mga teacher. Tapos si Irma sa Dumaguete. Oh. It's about the adventures and misadventures of faculty on teaching art on pandemic time. Ako din puro na ako blooper. Mga blooper. Sige pre, okay, cut off ta na kay ma.
Okay, sige.
Patitas tanan sa kalibutan.
Ay, 4 minutes ka pa, Jade.
Ay, okay lang, Jade. Kumusta na kamuta? Believe ko. Ay, ano ang virtual cheers ta? Wala yung virtual tagay?
Hi, Sir JV.
Yes, how are you?
Inuman.
Virtual. Ario, cheers! Cheers sa tanan. Manny, cheers! Ang imo na lang pizza ko lang. Doon ako, ang pizza mo, Manny, ako lang pa swap address ang dimsum. Swap
Pwede.
swap, dimsum, swap ha. Virtual swap.
Afternoon.
Namin isang background ni Olivo. Grabe, itaw hayo.
Grabe, hangin pre.
Nature trip.
Ako din nakakulong sa kwarto.
All right.
Hey. Swaps.
Mox.
Hi.
Abaw.
Oh, you're alive.
I'm alive.
Abaw.
Hi, Mox.
Hi,
Musta NCVA?
Okay, man.
Nalibat ka na sa Zoom meeting.
Grabe, isang kadlaw, nag-meeting kami 6 hours para mga approve programs.
Kani ko no, siling ni show.
Akapoy.
Ay,
6 hours diretso?
Bitch, ako na savings sa mga NCVA kay wala yung accommodation, wala travel expenses. Ay, na kwarta nyo, dumudamo na.
Ma?
I-party na next year kung may
vaccine. Wala kami galing wala kami honorarium yapon. Halin sang
abi ko gid online na ni. Abi ko ay about dapat.
Wala sapat.
Uy, dapat naka-online na sa inyo land bank account.
Si Ferdy, showbiz na gino?
Si Mr. TikTok. TikTok, pre.
Showbiz.
Braman tabala sa aton
Puso tala ni anay kining bikon. Obra taday.
Tapusan tang biba tapos obra sa aton nga daw regular nga activities bala daw online lang siya. Tapos
remote remote access kami subong.
Remote access?
Ano remote access? Ba-access ta pa man ka. Wherever you go, we will follow. Ano, mag-report na sila.
Go ahead.
report.
Go ahead on. This is Kamustahan by Negros Oriental.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Mayong hapon sa
Hi,
tanan.
On.
Hello.
Mayong hapon.
Hi, On.
Hello, welcome everyone to our VCon 5. Finally, we are here sa ating last day for this month for VIVA ExCon. Welcome everyone. Kamustahan? I was thinking of asking first just fun questions that we share as artists.
Go.
So what we can do is either ilagay natin sa chat box ang answers, or you can also just raise your hand and call your answer.
Talo ako dyan.
May price ni On?
Mahina ang signal. Talo kami dyan. Mahina ang signal.
Dani price?
Delayed na mo answer.
Ano price On? T-shirt.
Okay, let's try this out. Sige, yung first question ko is, all right. First question is, as an artist, what is your funniest experience while making your artwork? What's your funniest experience while making your artwork? Actually, I already have one I want to share. Oh, funny. Nakakatawa.
Ikaw, Pids, damo ka funny experience, Pids?
Let's Tabuada, are you there?
Making it out with a nude model.
Parang borderline illegal yun.
Censored.
So if you have your answers, you can actually write lang sa chat box, or you can share. May gusto bang mag-share? Actually, I thought of this question because there's actually one here. I think maybe she went for lunch. Leds Tabuada, she posted a picture ng coffee niya, and then my paintbrush. She was holding her paintbrush. Apparently, nagpe-paint siya, tapos she dipped her paintbrush.
May answer na ako.
Sige, sir. Go, Sir JV.
I found out that I was painting upside down after how many hours of painting. Pero okay lang po, I continued. Upside down ang canvas. Yeah.
Ikaw yung naka-upside down, Sir Jave, or yung canvas?
No, ang the canvas is upside down while I'm painting it. So, okay lang, balik-bali naman siya.
Lost ka, pre. Lost. You're lost.
I was happy about that. Happiest moment bangka.
Yeah, not necessarily right now. Kuan, unsa pa inyong mga experience inyo maybe in the past while creating your artwork?
Uy. Mahabang kwentuhan yan.
Oh.
It connects from one image to another. Then it will grow. Then everything will be confusing. And everything will become so complex. So
ito na lang. We have a next question actually. I'm sure a lot of us share these funny experiences and siguro unforgettable
na naman.
Client. Sige, from client.
Wow. Ikaw, Fitz, imo na. Look, kita naman di tatlo ka storya.
Si Mox, gusto ko si Mox. Si Mox gusto ko mambal.
Let me know someone. Ate Shawi, Sharon Rose Dadam.
Sila Wawi.
Hi, Ate Shawi. Ate Shawi, natagimig experience ni mo dealing with clients. Businesswoman na ba dyan kayo ka? Ate Shawi, i-unmute.
Si Mox, di lang sila mag-join kay
Hi, Ate Shaw. Di mi ka dungog di mo, Ate Shaw.
Ate siya. Ate
Shawi, hello. Wala si Ate Shawi. I'm actually playing right now music from the bell tower. Madungog ba ninyo?
Oh!
Yeah, dungog.
Food trip? Food trip na naman?
This is the Bell Tower Project, music by Dumaguete artists, original compositions, and sung by Dumaguete musicians.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hola.
Yes, hello, Ate Shawi. Go ahead. Hi, Ate Shaw.
Dili, si Ate Rosa ni.
Hi,
Rosa Rosal.
Uy, perting sa nawa imong ano diha day uy imong nawong na mo ba?
Nagputi na ang tango.
Nalingaw.
Oy, Rosa, hinaya mo tingog.
O na ako'y funny nga experience kanang naghimo ko installation art nga kanang para sa kasal na kanang mga fruits, mga anak gud sa among friend. Naghimo ko mandala. Dayon pagbalik nako kay nawala na ubang mga fruits kaon sa mga tawo. Ingon sila nga dumdum nila kay offering nawala na dagi kaon nila, nawala na tong mga offering. Pagbalik na ko na kay lalami kay mga lansones na kaon nila pagkahuman. Asa naman to para diwata na wala na day gikaon na namo.
Naging budol
fight nila. Ang akong ano kanang ang akong unta mandala to day nga mga fruits mandala nga mga food art unta to nagikaon nila.
Budol fight eh.
To learn, Teros, dapat next time di I know kay kinahanglan ko na itong signage. Do not touch.
Signage nga para ni sa puting diwata ha, walay mukaon.
Makasabang gito sila sa mga
puti magko, pero di lang ko diwato.
Actually, nagkakauban ni Ate Rosa last year.
Kanang si lagi uy naunsa na day ang alang imo wala gyapon kupas ang imong kilay 2020 naman na oy GB katawa na naman daan ka GB maski wala lang kay mo on diha
ngano nakahimo naman ko katawanan unsa man ko gibuhat. Si GB.
Ate Shawi, dili gyap ko kadungog nimo Ate Shaw. O ga microphone na ka, dili gyap ko kadungog nimo. Ano kang ga microphone magkaraoke ka? So sorry for those who do not speak Bisaya, no? Pasensya kayo. Ate Shaw, di gyapon mi kadungog nimo. I'm so sorry. If napay uban nga naay experiences that you have with their artworks and dealing with clients, please do share. Anyone can just talk. This is just a very light conversation before our serious conversation later. Serious later. All right, we can also go to a next conversation on itong mga funny experiences dealing with parents. I think we discussed this on one. Participants who said na naiuban ng mga parents ganiingon nga pag-doctor na lang. No, na mga may experiences. So if you have experiences that you would like to share, please do. I would also like to hear from nato pa si Ma'am Susan Canoy. Susan Canoy, are you there? Ma'am Susan? Wala si Ma'am Susan. Ma'am Susan Canoy is actually, Ma'am Susan! Pag-unmute. Ma'am Susan, dili ni kadungog nimo. Please click the microphone icon na sa lower left sa inyong screen. Tara, Ma'am Susan. Hello, Ma'am Susan. Kamusta? Ma'am Susan, please introduce yourself.
Oy. Susan Canoy, hindi ko lang na.
Hello, Ma'am Susan.
Hello.
Hello, Ma'am Susan.
Nagagubot si...
Hi, Susan. Si JB ni.
Kamalo ko. Si JB. DJ sa Iloilo.
Yep.
Mga karaan ko, Viva Boys.
Kulang na ba?
Ala, gitawag ka tigulang page.
Mga maliit. Mga Guramax.
Story ni Ma'am Susan Canoy is actually very inspiring. So wala nakabalo, she was able to raise her entire family all by herself just by doing art. So, amazing kayo ni siya. Ma'am Susan, please do share. Susan ni mo.
Ani, that's sad.
Kana si Susan, kaya daghan na siya.
Daghan na
experience.
Makadungog na minimo.
Okay, nana ko headphone. Hi everyone. Hi PJ.
Asa naman ta?
Hello.
Nakoy training. Oh.
Anong training, Ate Shawi?
I'm teaching the daycare center, daycare teachers of Valencia. Some elements of art, mga drawing techniques, blah, 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 to enhance their modules.
Akala ko cooking session yan eh.
Hindi, tapos na yung eating at saka cooking. O, di ba? So, ang artist nagtatrabaho pa rin, oo. Mga teachers, ito sila.
Galing.
Mga, kahit mga tigulang na sila, pero maka-drawing pa rin, say hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Sharing skills.
Thank you kay Ate Shawi. Truly, kuan gid no, as artists, we should really also engage with our community as what is Ate Shawi is doing, sharing her art to daycare teachers, no? So that dili lang kita lang ang mag-art-art at teacher share. Thank you kayo, Ate Shawi.
Thank
Ate
you.
Shawi, nakakastan mo. Shawi, sa imong sa kadugay nimo nga being an artist in business, you had your shop, you're still having your shop, you're doing exhibitions. Usa ka ang para sa imo most unforgettable nimo nga moment with clients?
Moment with?
Client.
Huh?
Client ba? Kliyente ba? Commission
Unforgettable moment with a client?
Yes.
Kasi katong naidaghang kwarta nga mo palit. Siyempre, ang unforgettable katong dagkog bayad. Di ba, Paige?
Hindi mahala ni mo nabalik nato siya.
Diyos ko. Siyempre, ang isa po sa unforgettable, siyempre, katong dili mo bayad.
Anong dili mo bayad?
Libre lang kay wala pa ikabayad.
Usually raba ang mga moingon nga wala ikabayad kay ang mga friends, ang mga families.
Ay, nako. Actually, seriously, kung moingon ka og unforgettable moment, kana ganing kanang they're in awe with your work. That's something na murag maano sila ba? Nga, ma-fascinate sila sa imuhang trabaho because they don't also understand your work. You know, there are some works nga maglisod sila comprehend sa imuhang gihimo. Nganong nahimo nimo siya. Especially with my murals. Kay I have murals that are really huge. So, mo ana sila, uy babayi, nagkat-kat sa dako kaayong kuan, bongbong gapintal, and how do you do it? No? So, because usually it's all men kanang maghimog dagko kayo ng mga artworks. So pag makita silang babae na, oy, dako man lagi kaya ni mo na, kanang mag-negotiate with the client, so kaya ni mo ni buhaton, ingon ani ka dako. Yes, I'm willing to climb. I'm willing to climb 45 feet to 50 feet.
Shawi. Ate Shao?
Hello.
So far, kaya ra ba nimo? Was there actually an experience with your big murals? Have you guys accidents at all in the past or wala ra gyud? Wala ra gyud tiki ra gyud ka mo
Dili siya accident. It's mostly kanang kapoy pag nahuman na gani ka. It's not really accident. Later na nimo ma-feel ang kakapoy. You thought it's easy, you thought it's pero pagkahuman murag mahugno imong lawas. Because you don't sleep, you just continue working 24/7 just to finish a big work, especially if it has a deadline.
For Oriental,
Thank you so much for sharing, Ate Shawi.
You're welcome. Hello, everyone.
Sige kayo, Ate Shawi. This time, I would
Thank
like
you.
to welcome, nakita na ko nga, naana ang naong ni Leds. Leds Tapuada. Can you unmute please? Hello, mga ako, Leds. Hi, Leds. Kumusta? This is a student from Silliman University of Dumaguete City.
Hi, Miss Ann.
Hi, Leds. Kumusta? Gaunsa ka? Leds?
Wala nang time.
Leds, hello. Leds, actually, si Leds mo very interesting ang iyahang na-share during sa katong discussion about art and business. So, Leds, can you please share to us your experience katong niyon ka nga na-scam ka sa imong kaugalingon na friend. So, please do share to the bigger group. Ayun na lang. Katong ako ka, Leds? Hear my si Leds actually shared an experience nga na-scam which let's realize mo lang importante rin. Yan ang natag. Wala siya kayo. Wala kayo.
Atin lang ko rin, no?
Nako. Apa diha nga na similar na experience.
Lalo may dala. Wala lang lang isang
Isa nang gachika diha. Please do share to the bigger group. Yeah. Since we cannot hear Leds, pwede na ko tawagon ng Susan Canoy na unsa kay istorya bak nakat ang imong istorya. Susan,
Anaro ko na i-share na ako. Nag-paint ko ba sa mural and na ni duod na
sukat.
Okay na kanan nga. Asan na to? Nawala na.
Naglabot sa pintura ko.
pwede ni mo usbon, Ma'am Susan, and then you
I experienced na ni katong paint ko atong sa dari sa pension house nga wall. Nainido itong card. Ay, ikaw day ga paint, ma'am. Siya kaila ba? Siya na tunggan nga na maayo po ng artist. Kinsa man siyang bayi. Kinsa man Susan Canoy. Ga wala po ko gadili ko. Yang ano magkaka na wanong gud siya maayo po puno. Ay ko. And wala ra po ko na smile ra ko kay wala ra po ko na yun ako may Susan Canoy. Gracias no kita yung ma-paint. Kinsa man po kita si Susan. Siya kaila sa personal. Ako pwede ra man ko mo. Wala. Smile ra ta.
Oh, thank you kayo, Ma'am. No, because actually, one ko si Ma'am Susan Canoy sa Dumaguete, same yung name is very famous because katong wala pa when years did not start yet in Dumaguete City, she really started it. She really, di ba Ma'am Susan, proactively kang Negros, ningon ka nga mamaligya kong souvenir dire. Sakto ba to Ma'am Susan, if I remember it correctly, you really ikaw mo'y nagsugod yun. So far sa akong remember ha, nga hand-painted everything. Paypay, paints. Sa pa to Ma'am Susan ka.
Mga bottles. Mga botelya.
And bottles kaya. Bottles. Ikaw po nag-start I think sa glass painting sa Dumaguete.
Muna gidala na ko sa Manila.
And more than that, Ma'am Susan ka.
Bote things, mga then first time nila nakita ang ilya nga paintingan. Then ang glass painting
Asa ganito ka naghimo og glass painting, Ma'am Susan?
Kaning kuan Atong Our Lady of Guadalupe. Mexican kaning Qualfon Chapel katong dito pa to sa dapit sa plate.
Thank you, Ma'am Susan.
Mag-glass painting.
Yeah, Ma'am Susan, can you share to us ang imuhang na I know you were one of the founders of this organization sa mga lumad ng mga artists in Dumaguete. So can you please share to us your organization ang DAX? Yun sa siya pag-form.
Kani man ko mga gulang-gulang nga mga artist puro bang maulaw ba sila. So naman nato mura naman tagwala na balik na today. Kaya mga gulang-gulang na yung mga lumad, siya mga lumad man taga Dumaguete, then kinahanglan ta na dagan namang mga groups nga ni Agi, mga ngalan. So mag-regroup na punta. Sugdan siya 2 years ago. Itong unang mugna. Then ang mostly ang members ani kato ng mga karaan gid nga artist nga lumad sa Negros Oriental. Muna na gan. Last doon na mo exhibit katong sa February. Karon ga prepare ra pod kay pasog every February ay na lang maka-exhibit pod.
And also, I always sorry, I'm trying to speak. So, Ma'am Susan also actually grabe kayo siya supportive any artist. I remember that Ma'am Susan sa you encouraged one artist na tangon siya o president sa isa ka sa isa ka resort because he was being paid very little every month and he had such great potential. No, he was a really good artist yun, and then wala siya nag-explore outside kay kanalagyan ang sustainability to become an artist. Si Ma'am Susan moy drug pusher. Ma'am Susan is an artist.
Kabayig mga anak, manay exhibit gani ng mga ubang artist. Wala ko yung materials, sige tagahan ka basta kay makagama ra mo artworks. Sige na, ako bali mo encourage ko nila.
Yes, amazing kay ni si Ma'am Susan. Ma'am Susan Kanoy has gotten to a point na
wala may oil paint, wala may white. Kuy sige tagaan ka white pero maka-painting na makatiwas niya. Wala gud net tiwas ang painting kay kuy white nga titanium. Ay sige tagaan na lang. I-share na tagaan gid sila ron mahuman gid ilang painting. Pero apay uban nga dili gud ka painting kung sige tagaan tayo nakapay canvas nga ma-extra basta kay maka-paint ra gyud.
Oh, thank you kay Ma'am Susan. So really, a testament na the art community should really support each other. Ma'am Susan Kanoy does exactly that. Whenever there will be artists who will tell her na kulang kog material, she will provide it because she has a shop. Through her hard work, she was able to open up her own shop, which is called the Art Workshop. She conducts workshops. She also sells art materials. And then she also allows it to become an alternative art space wherein visual artists in Dumaguete can actually display their work. So, ang iyahang grupo, mga hamtong, we call it hamtong. Dili, gulang.
Si hamtong, idaran.
Hamtong, idaran, ng mga lumad, ng mga artists of Dumaguete City. These artists are before we even had fine arts as a course.
Fine arts.
These are really the artists that we have to take care of. And honestly, I was having a hard time reaching out to them because of the age. And I was trying to reach out online. So my gani kay, it's a good thing Susan is already a friend of mine. She was the one who connected me to all the other artists of Dumaguete City. Thank you so much, Ma'am Susan.
Thank you po na.
Thank you, Ma'am Susan. We actually have 7 minutes left for Kamustahan. If there's anyone else who would like to share their experience. Sir Melvin Rojas, are you trying to say something? Sir Melvin? I believe Sir Melvin copy. Sir Melvin, I think really we cannot hear you clearly, possibly because of your connection. Sir Melvin? Sir Melvin Rojas. Sorry, kay sir. Maybe you can write on the chat box what you are trying to say. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome again to Viva ExCon number 5. Can I talk to Faye? Faye Mandy, asa ka? Faye Mandy also a student of Silliman University. Actually graduate na siya. Hello, Faye. Hi, Faye. Kamusta? You're muted. Can you please unmute?
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, I'm fine. I'm at a cafe.
Karon, asa kay ka karon? I forgot.
I'm in Zamboanga right now. Yeah, lockdown. But I'm going back to Dumaguete after Christmas.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to travel back, but Dumaguete is very strict.
Yeah,
regulations, so it's hard to obtain some of the requirements if you're not like if you don't have a family home there kasi you need the acceptance and all, but all right.
Yeah, and then I think when you get here you have to go through quarantine.
Yeah, for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah, 14-day quarantine because those who don't know, Dumaguete had in COVID cases because of an attorney who got away with not doing quarantine, and so ni balik na pug ka stricto o minaayo
Yeah.
balaod diri. So Faye, kumusta ang tampon ka?
It's all right. We're very strict here as well. Like you need to always have your face shield and your mask wherever you go. And we have our quarantine passes as well that they check. And we have curfews. No one can stay out past 10. It's all right. Although I miss Dumaguete, I miss my artist friends because I don't know a lot of artists from here. So except for Miss Umalon, but she's in Dumaguete na now. Although she's from Zamboanga.
Yeah, family of So anyway, we're hoping that you can find the school back here. Maybe to possibly connect with possible artists who are there. But of course, it's difficult during this time of the pandemic.
Soon. Thank you. Miss you all. Hello, guys.
Actually, see Ate Iris Armohenia. Hello, Ate Iris. Please unmute. Ate Iris Armohenia, upon asking what the art events have been for the past 2 years, baling rabiha. Her restaurant, her cafe is not even that big, but she has held the most art exhibitions compared to any. It's like every month there's a show in her cafe because she's also an artist. She's a graduate of Silliman University when she was already a mom. So, di ba? Dili kinahanglan to start at a young age. She really pursued it. Bala na! Mubalik og enroll!
Ala.
Ate Iris, experience.
Ate pa. Kuan. Right now, I'm in the cafe niya. Walay sulod. Kay nasayop ko communicate with the atong nag-organize a show. So I asked her to pick up some stuff. Ang paintings iyang gi-pick up. So ibalik na po to next week. And then maybe, hopefully next month, naan na pumilain. We're renovating the space so that there'll be more space to hang our paintings. So more works. Hopefully mapadayon na gini. So salamat sa tanang artists who have who put their trust in us. So salamat kaayo.
Have worked so hard yun with Ate Iris. I mean, honestly, Ate Iris could have just like painted her own paintings and then just display it in her space. and not allow anyone else to use it. But like literally
Ala.
every month there's 1 or 2 shows in her
Hmm.
cafe, and it really has become her mission. And we all see it. She doesn't even talk about it. Ma-shock man ako kinano ko yung exhibition sa Alima Cafe.
Oh, kami po, mura challenging siya kay kuan ba ya kanang like you have to make sure that you know the works are safe mga ingonana, and at the same time paugat mig baligya kay you know we're trying to also maybe educate. Okay, most of the people that come here, they don't come here for the art. They come here to eat, you know. So, pagkakita nila, uy, baligya din ni. Ana, so, mo, you know, it sparks something in there. And then, pagkasunod nilang balik, mangita na silang bago. So, hopefully, mapadayon ra gini. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much, Ate Iris. Thank you for all the work you've done, and thank you for all the artists that I talked to. Once again, everyone, welcome to VCon 5. This is our last day for this month, and we still have a whole year ahead of us. We are now ready to start, and thank you all so much, and we are so excited to have this wonderful program for this afternoon. I will now give it back to Miss Jade.
Thank you very much. Wonderful work, Ana and Negros Oriental. We are now ready for our prayer and our national anthem.
O labing makagagahom nga amay namon sa langit, mahinuklugon nga laon nga tagtugas ang langit, hangin, kalayo, tubig kag duta. Tanda ining imong timawa, kabay ining pag-ampo, magadulot sa amon sang kabuhi nga himaya. Salamat sa mga bugay nga imo ginpaambit sa amon. Salamat sa kabuhi nga ginadulot mo sa amon nga himpit. Salamat sa maayo nga panahon kag ilabi na gid sang imo katutom sa amon. Bendisyone ang imo katawhan. Bendisyone ang ila mga palangabuhian. Bendisyone ang mga panggas sa amon mga talamnan. Bendisyone ang ilang nga paglugayawan sa iban nga kapungsuran. Kabay makalabot sila nga walay sablag sa ila pagapadulungan. Kag ilabi na gid, bendisyone ining isla sang Negros nga amon natawhan. Inahalad namon ang ining pag-ampo para sa imo kadayawan.
Good afternoon, Visayan artists and friends of the art. Welcome to the last day of VCon 1. I am Jade Snow, your conference convener, and do allow me to give you a short recap of the proceedings last meeting. We opened the conference with Kamustahan by Samar and Leyte, if you remember. We then used the lens of future studies thinking as we focused on governance. With the input of Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligarda and Representative Francisco Kiko Benitez, as well as a reaction from Brother Tagoy Hakusalem. Today, we are going to hear about the role of cultural agencies in developing the Visayan art communities, and we will attempt to chart a preferred future with a synthesis of Future's moderator, Rhoderick Samonte. In the meantime, here is our ExCon Director, Manny Montelibano, to welcome us and our guests. Manny?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayong hapon sa inyo tanan. We are down to our day 5 for VCon 1. And I welcome all for this afternoon's session. I would like to welcome our island coordinators who have been working so hard coordinating with artists and cultural workers in the respective provinces and islands. No, Rica Constantino representing Capiz, Maria Katrina de la Cruz for Leyte, Jane Hore for Cebu, Sheila Molato for Iloilo, Ona Kiso for Negros Oriental, Jeffrey Sisikan for Bohol, Brian Liao for Antique, Eileen Kimpo Hernandez for Samar, Mary Ann Broderick for Samar, Francis Abalos for Samar, and then Jake Atienza for Bantayan. I'm sorry if I missed somebody, no, but I think this is. And then for the curatorial team who are present this afternoon, I would like to welcome them, headed by Patrick Flores, and then our curatorial team, Guinevere Dicena, Libby Limoso, Jay Hore, Maria Taniguchi, Mars Briones, Nomar Bayog Miano. And for the friends from NCCA, for the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, for the Asian Cultural Council, for the Cultural Center of the Philippines, Japan Foundation. They are our stars for this afternoon, presenting different perspectives on how they actually support our initiatives, no, as artists and cultural workers in trying to develop our artistic communities in the Visayan region. So, madamong salamat for those who have attended this afternoon. I think there are some who are still coming in. And I would like also to welcome our friends from Manila, from other parts of the country, from Mindanao, Korea, Japan, Malaysia, Indonesia, and I haven't checked the updated the participant list, no. So madamo nga salamat sa pag-attend for attending this afternoon session, and we hope to have interesting discussion with all of the cultural agencies that have been supporting the different programs in the Visayan region. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. We are now ready for the updates from the Negros Island, both Oriental and Occidental. So let us look at Negros Oriental first.
Hello, everyone. This video will be played through the VIVA organizers. It will be just a video. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Negros Oriental, originally known as the island of Buglas, is an island that is abundant in culture and the arts. And as we celebrate VIVA ExCon Bienal, let us look into the Negrense art scene. Upon initial listing was the discovery of hundreds of local artists. And as visual artists in the island grew in number, so did art collectives and organizations. Negros Oriental is filled with art spaces in the form of galleries, universities, souvenir shops, and other business establishments.
Take my hand, just follow me. Shadow and me are one. The sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun.
Since the last Viva in 2018, we have had a wealth of art exhibitions that highlight the works of local artists.
Just wanna across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. The shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. Shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna I get around despite the loss. I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. The shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna run.
Local initiatives to engage with the community also took place in the form of workshops and public art shows.
I get around despite the loss. I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. Shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna I get around despite the loss. I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. The shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna
Local artists have also explored other islands through participation in art shows and festivals.
I get around despite the loss. I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. And now you made it, but I already played this. Not interested, open your eyes, let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. Shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna I get around despite the loss. I'm over here, gotta get across. Whether you like it or not, there is a moment meant for us. let's get it done. Take my hand, just follow me. The shadow and me are one. Oh, oh, the sky is on fire. The lake has turned to a golden sun. Oh, oh, I'll never get tired. I just wanna dance, just wanna
But as a growing and evolving community of artists, there is bound to be challenges.
Daghang mga artists diri sa Negros Oriental.
The island has a lot of artists in the visual and performing arts.
We recognize the lack of engagement and coordination among visual artists.
Usahay magbari-bari ang mga artists nga mao maka-create og separation o tension. Ang mga younger artists usahay maulaw makikauban sa mga hantong.
Siguro aduna po lain-laing kultura ang matag grupo nga maoy hinungdan nganong dili magkasinabot.
Resulta niini ang coordination mahimo na hinuog divisive rather than representational.
Lisod-lisod baron apan kung adunay pagtinabangay o pagsinabtanay, mas malig-on pagyod ang atong network of artists diri sa Negros Oriental.
Daghan kayong artists sa Negros Oriental apan makagool nga kulang og suporta sa local market. Mao nga kinahanglan mapangitaan ni og pamaagi labi na through our LGU to support, promote and sustain local artists.
Art education is also another challenge. We need to reach out to schools and partner with them in our art activities like artist talks, art exhibitions, and workshops. As artists, it is our duty to educate people in the arts.
Visual artists in the academy should engage in the community through immersions. Intergenerational artist gatherings must take place.
But through local initiatives by artists, nagpadayon lang gihapon ang sining diri sa Negros. Mao nga dili ta angay mawad-an og paglaom.
Despite all the challenges we face in the Negros Oriental art scene, we recognize that art is our contribution to the community we serve. And so, we continue.
Padayon ang sining.
We continue to create.
Padayon ang pagmugna.
We continue to evolve.
Padayon Negros Oriental.
Padayon Negros Oriental.
Thank you very much, Negros Oriental. And now we move on to the presentation of Negros Occidental.
Negros Occidental, a province in the Western Visayas region occupying the northwestern half of Negros Island. Regarded as the sugar bowl of the Philippines for producing more than half of the country's sugar output, it is the fourth most populated province in the country, with 13 cities and 19 municipalities. Often referred to as the land of genteel people and large sugarcane plantations, Negros Occidental has long been a center of culture and arts, perhaps owing to the wealth brought about by the sugar industry during the earlier times, making sure Negrenses enjoyed an above-average standard of living, or, in spite of everyday challenges, simply to enjoy life. Evidence of art and heritage meeting almost seamlessly, the contemporary merging with the vintage. The art scene of Negros Occidental thrives with local flavor and a unique visual language. The birthplace of VIVA ExCon with its founders, art practice in Negros Occidental has always been rich, giving us artists such as Alfonso Osorio and national artist for architecture Leandro Locsin. It is also home to some of the country's respected artists like Brenda Fajardo, Charlie Co, Nunelucio Alvarado, Norberto Roldan, and the Philippine representatives to the last two Venice Peñales, Manny Montelibano and Marcos Diniani. Blessed with an aesthetic ambiance, the kind that can influence one to plunge into creative endeavors, art in the province is always dynamic. Though a tight-knit art community, diverse art groups exist. One is the Art Association of Bacolod, Negros, or the AABN, formally organized on July 4, 1975 by its first president, Budot Lizares, together with other founding artists. Art Association of Bacolod Negros is the longest-running art association in the province. Re-energized in its new space, the group conducts regular plein-air painting sessions, live sketching, and workshops aside from its monthly exhibitions. And just recently, the association created its AAB Youth.
AAB Youth reaches out to the next generation of artists here in Bacolod. It promotes the active participation in the art events here, and it also helps us interact with the fellow artists in the local art scene.
Other art collectives include the Black Artists in Asia, Binhi Creatives, Tihon, Pintor Kulapol, Pagbalunang La Carlota, Pamilya Pintura, Bugkos, Arte Negrense, LCC Painting Legion, LCC Artist Forum, LCC SHS Art Club, USLS Glyph. With more than 200 practicing artists continuing their art activities.
Who else is this? 109 participants. Jesus Christ.
But very steadfast and with utmost dedication to their craft. Art has always played an important role in shaping the culture of the community. Proven by the community in Sagay, north of Negros Occidental, where legend Nunelucio Alvarado transformed Margaha Beach in Old Sagay, which has been called the Community of Colors. There is still more to discover. The progress and showcase of art in the regions may be limited due to the lack of resources. However, when there is a lack of possibilities, artists always create opportunities.
My name is Angela Silva, and I'm a visual artist and printmaker. I also make cyanotype prints, a form of alternate photography. I've named my studio and community practice the Rolling Paper Art Center. My personal goal is to introduce printmaking, cyanotypes, artist books, and other processes to local artists, communities, educators, and students. I want us to explore works on paper, mixed media, and installations outside of the usual medium of painting and sculpture.
The past 2 years show more development of art spaces in the province. Art residency spaces around Negros Occidental, to name a few, are: a bungalow art space is a creative space for visual art, including related topics like art education, dissemination of artistic information, film exchange programs, museum programs, and more. The emphasis of the Abungalo Artist Residency Project is to provide ample space for the artists to create works that in some ways relate to the surroundings and their actual impressions of the vista and culture of the island of Negros into the artist's perspective. Balay Puti, formerly known as The Mansion in Silay City, also offers art residency programs. Damgo Art Coffee Shop is a space for anyone who is passionate about coffee, art, and creativity. It is an alternative art space located in the Paris of Negros Occidental. Art District is probably the biggest space dedicated to art in the province. The desire to cultivate the art scene and infuse the artistic life into the community of Bacolod has been the root of developing this space. It serves as a home to various artist-initiated shops and galleries. It is where you can discover Bacolod's homegrown brand of creativity and where you can encapsulate the city's culture. One of the new art spaces that opened in the district is the Grey Room Art Space, located inside Dose Coffee and Art. This space promotes local young artists in its petite gallery, with a built-in bookshelf where visitors can spend their afternoons reading books that were donated to the cafe. Safe House Theater is a 30-seater mini cinema with 40-year-old chairs from one of the first cinemas in Bacolod. The theater features local short films to introduce the community to Ilonggo films shot here in Negros by young local directors.
Hello from Bacolod, my name is Karina, and together with my husband Freelan Gonzaga and Brandon Braza, we run Block 17 Art Space. It is a physical gallery located here in Bacolod City. We would always consider encouraging artists to explore with as much freedom as they want in terms of exhibitions.
Bacolod, the capital of Negros Occidental, has one of the biggest spaces in the Philippines, one that beats the size of most galleries in Manila. It's hard to miss the huge building right smack in the middle of Art District. Orange Project, founded by visual artists Charlie Co and Victor Benjamin Lope III, caters to the Negrense artist with the aim of creating awareness and opportunities between the local scene and galleries, fellow artists, curators, and collaborators. Orange Project is one tangible contribution towards the elevation of art consciousness in Negros. The gallery has become the breeding ground for local emerging artists slowly making their names in the national art scene. A regular in Art Fair Philippines, this year Orange Project has decided to focus on an all-female ensemble, showcasing practices with a wide range of mediums extended from the earlier exhibition dedicated to women, not another mother and child. As Visayans take a spot in this year's art fair, a number are from Negros Occidental. Perry Argels sharing his voice in his found objects. Terracotta artist Joe Geraldo and Neil Pasilan were also two of the featured artists in Art Fair Philippines projects. A voice, no matter how small, deserves to be heard, and the Negros Occidental art scene continuously works for these voices to be heard in forms of all its exhibitions and collaborations. In spite of the following issues and challenges that we face, namely the need for more art spaces, the lack of buyers and collectors, elevating art quality, sustainability and responsiveness to the changing systems of the government, economy, and politics, and of course, strengthening curatorial traditions. Negros Occidental will continue to march forward to a better future for its artists and the communities they support. And even there are challenges along the way, we will adapt. We will recalibrate. And we will see all these as a way to help and lift each other up, holding fast to the theme for this year's VIVA ExCon 2020, the soon, or what now. We will anticipate what's next and will always continue. Sa amon mga abyan, padayon.
Thank you very much, Mox and Ona. Last but definitely not the least, thank you to the Negros delegation. May we now call on our consultant, Curator Gina Olivares Soxon, to introduce our speakers.
Thank you, Jade. Good afternoon to everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the resource speakers for Virtual Dialogue 5, which is focused on national and international cultural agencies. The title of this segment is The Role of Cultural Agencies in Developing the Visayan Art Communities. I would now like to introduce our first speaker. Ms. Rica Estrada is a curator whose museum practice runs parallel to her roots in independent initiatives and in the problematizing of gaps in Philippine art history. She was hired by the Cultural Center of the Philippines, or CCP, in 2012 and has served as officer in charge since 2015 of the Visual Arts and Museum Division, or the VAMD. As head of the CCP VAMD, Ms. Estrada has directed projects such as the 13 Artist Awards in 2015 and 2018, retrospectives of national artists Ben Cabrera and Cesar Legaspi, and also of other artists such as Danilo Dalena, Romulo Lazo, and Ofelia Gelvison Teki. She has also directed milestone group exhibitions and publications such as Attitude of the Mind, held in celebration of the birth centennial of national artist for music Jose Maceda, Tirada, 50 Years of Philippine Printmaking, 1968 to 2018, and Posterity, 50 Years of Art and Culture at the CCP, to name a few. Independently, Ms. Estrada is Vice President of the Alliance of Greater Manila Area Museums and co-founder of Visual Pond and Teaching Exhibitions. Let us all please welcome Ms. Rica Estrada.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Gina, for the introduction. I'll be the one sharing my own presentation, so give me some time to get that sorted. Okay. Wait. Sorry. Can I ask, I'm so sorry, but can I ask the secretariat if they can be the one to share instead?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So maayong hapon sa aton na tanan. I'd like to say an early congratulations to the VIVA ExCon 16 team for putting together this conference in the midst of not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but also all the other disasters that have plagued and continue to plague our country. I was invited to create a presentation on the role of cultural agencies in developing the Visayan art community. My presentation will focus only on the current programs of the CCP Visual Arts and Museum Division, or VAMD. Our office is actually just one of many divisions and departments within the Cultural Center of the Philippines, the others of which have their own programs that respond to the other specific needs of the larger artistic community, including those of film, music, dance, theater, literature, and others. Some of you might be familiar with the other offices in the CCP, such as Cultural Exchange and Outreach Department, which is in charge of the programs outside of the CCP, and the Art Education Department also that is in charge of art education, teachers, and educational institutions. Next slide, please. Allow me to start with a little art history by quickly sharing a few of the very early activities of the CCP Museum, which highlighted the work of artists and organizations from the Visayas. In 1980, before this slide, the CCP had a number of art in the regions exhibitions. The second one included artists Ileana Lee, Redman Sueto, Nelfa Querubin, Alan Rivera, Lino Severino, and Ofelia Helveson Teki, representing Cebu, Iloilo, and Bacolod. So as early as 1980, we were having exhibitions that showed works from the artists from the Visayas. So here you will see that in 1980, the CCP Museum gave a printmaking workshop in the Iloilo Art Exposition. So in the photo, you see Ray Albano, the former museum director of the CCP. And with him in the workshop, or giving the workshop with him, were artists Nonon Padilla, Ileana Lee, and Nelfa Querubin. Next slide, please. That's another photo of the Iloilo Art Exposition. Maybe I'll ask for the audience's help in identifying the people in the photos here. So some of you might be familiar with the early adult years of the CCP after 1986, when coordinating centers were established for the different art forms. In 1987, the CCP Coordinating Center for the Visual Arts and the CCP Outreach Program sponsored 2 mural making workshops in La Carlota and Escalante in Negros Occidental, which was participated in by artists from Cebu, Panay, and Negros. Next slide, please. In 1990, CCP presented the exhibit Familia Pintura with very familiar names, as you can see. This was done in celebration of the 10th anniversary of the artists group, Familia Pintura, which was actually, and it was dedicated to the late Felix Berto or Bobby Solomayor. So you can see our Viva, the Black Artists of Asia, names from the Black Artists of Asia here. Next slide, please. What followed was a continued collaboration with the Visayan artist community through the creation, of course, of VIVA ExCon. So it brought the CCP to the Visayas 30 years ago, and it brings it all together again. Once again, today, I have a few very bad photos from undigitized slides that I'll just quickly go through to show everyone, because I really want the younger artists to be able to see them too. So we have, next slide, please. So this was from Viva 1992. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. All right, thank you. So these are just a few of other programs and projects that were made possible, possibly with a few of you as participants or collaborators throughout the years. And this quick look does not remove the various contexts of these programs or projects, which are rich areas for future study and critique. From these beginnings, many projects and programs followed, but as with many cultural endeavors, and as you all know, it's never enough. So we persist and we try harder, or perhaps we try other avenues, which brings me back to our session now for the last day of the Viva 16 conference, which within this theme of future studies. So now, after looking back, I'll be showing you what we're doing now. So what the CCP VAMD is doing now. So we are under the production and exhibition department of the CCP, and we are in charge of the CCP museum and all things related to it. So this includes the museum collections. Next slide, please. Collections, exhibitions. So we have 3 types of collections that we're actually merging into one. I'll tell you a bit more about that later. You have the annual exhibition program, which is done in the galleries, outdoor, everywhere. The 13 Artist Awards and our partnership with the Association of Pinoy Printmakers, among others. So just for everyone's information, we usually plan our exhibition program a year in advance, and these shows include the main gallery shows, although main gallery shows are planned way maybe 2-3 years beforehand. The venue grant exhibits, which I'll talk to you about also, with institutional partner and exhibits with institutional partners like the Association of Pinoy Printmakers, previously known as PAP, the Philippine High School for the Arts, and others. And also, of course, shows for CCP-wide festivals like Pasinaya, Cinemalaya, Performatura, etc. And also outdoor installations for Earth Day, for our Earth Day celebration in April, and sometimes also for the Christmas season. So we occasionally have traveling exhibits. We also have shows for the CCP collection and other exhibits in public art based on proposals that we receive, depending on our resources and our calendar for that specific year. Next slide, please. Okay, so just want to show you a bit of how they all connect with each other. So for our annual exhibition program, they connect to our visual arts, to our collections, since we do have collection-based exhibitions, and we really encourage proposals for exhibitions that make use of the collections. Of course, we have the 13 artists program. That's an exhibit that we have every 3 years. And then we also have exhibitions, like I said, of the Association of Pinoy Printmakers Studio. The Association of Pinoy Printmakers connects to the collection since we've actually stopped acquiring artworks, but we're able to receive, as part of our partnership with the printmakers, we're able to receive print donations from them annually. Next slide, please. So for annual exhibition programs, we have different types of exhibitions. So we have, like I mentioned, our partner exhibitions. We have our venue grant program, which is something that I guess I'd like to highlight for all of the artists and curators in the room. Sorry, back please. So our venue grant program, we do this annually, and it's an open call for exhibition proposals for an exhibit at the CCP, excluding the main gallery. And this is open to all. And we have it's a rolling call. So every year, year round, you can actually submit, and every year the deadline is on September 30. For the following year, for exhibitions for the following year. Main gallery, I'd be happy to answer questions about this later on. Main gallery exhibitions, this is exhibitions that we do, for example, retrospectives of artists or thematic exhibitions, things like that. So for example, for this year, we had our Ophelia Helvis on Teki retrospective there. Then we also have, like I mentioned, the Earth Day outdoor installation, which is also a proposal-based program. So we encourage, or there's also, it comes with the open call of the venue grant program, and we encourage proposals from artists who would like to have a project happen in the CCP. And then on the left, you see 21 AM. A few of you might have heard about this already, because just last October 22, we had a big meeting where we invited artist groups, artist initiatives, and art spaces from all over the Philippines, all those outside NCR. And we invited, I think, around 40 plus groups and spaces, and 26 were able to attend. Many of those were from the Visayas. 41 from the Visayas were invited, and 26 were able to attend. A lot of familiar faces actually in this room now. 21 AM is, as you may or may not know, the Museo ng Kalinangang Pilipino, which was housed in the 4th floor. It was our permanent exhibit at the 4th floor. We are redeveloping it, and it will very soon become 21 AM, or the 21st Century Art Museum. We're working with Tao curators, headed by Marian Pastor Roses, to create one unified collection for the CCP. And the 21 AM is also will have a very, because of the pandemic, 21 AM, we're pivoting it to have a large online presence. So we're working towards having all of the collections online in the 21 AM digital website. And this will also come with commissioned works for art projects and artworks made specifically for online purposes. So we're also going to come up with a number of public programs related to this. Next slide, please. Actually, all of these projects, all of these these different programs within the VAMD come with public talks, roundtables, workshops, demos, screenings, etc., which are also a lot of the time proposal based as well. And then just before I move on to the others, All of these things, this whole screen, all of these programs essentially come from artists. So I just really want to highlight that it's the artists that come up with these ideas, and we work with the artists in order to make their ideas possible, of course given our resources, no. Yeah, that's something that I'd like to share with everyone. So next slide, please. I'll be showing some examples of, for this one, the venue grants that we've gotten throughout the years, and that where we've worked with artists from the Visayas. So here you have the Persil exhibit from 2015. This was in our small gallery by Nomar Bayogmiano. Hi Nomar, I think you're here, from Cebu. Next slide, please. Then we had the exhibit Lawig, a two-man show of Maureen Austria and Peter James Fantinalgo in 2016. Peter was still in Bacolod then. I think I haven't checked the participants, but I know Peter's in Dumaguete, based in Dumaguete already. Next slide. This is also in the small gallery. Next slide, please. We also had the Prom D exhibit with artists from Dumaguete or Negros Oriental. So this was held, I believe, in the second and third floor hallways in 2016. So this is a very big group show. Next slide. And like I mentioned, we also try to do exhibitions, collection-based exhibitions. This was an exhibit that we did in 2016 of artworks by artists from the Visayas. Artworks in the CCP collection by artists from the Visayas. Next slide, please. And then we have also the occasional traveling exhibition, which is actually, we work very closely with the CCP outreach, or sorry, cultural exchange department to get these things, these traveling exhibitions going. So we had the Padong exhibit travel to Siliman and to the Negros Museum in 2014. So of course, this was a very beautiful exhibit by national artist Salvador Badong Bernal. Next slide. Okay, so all of those things being said, I guess this is a call for that we very much want to work with artists from the Visayas for all of these programs. Yeah, next slide, please. So we are online. Please visit our social media pages. Of course, we make announcements there. A lot of our call for proposals, call for applications are there. And we also do a lot of reposting of opportunities from other institutions that we'd like to share with the artist as well. A lot of opportunities from other cultural agencies are shared there. So I highly encourage you to follow us. And maybe as a last point, we are outnumbered. We are a team of 5. Actually, 3 of us having roots in Negros Occidental, Iloilo, and Romblon. So if you visit our office, you might just catch us having a conversation in Ilonggo or Bisaya. But yeah, we are very open. We'd like to be updated on your projects. Let us know if you think there are ways that we can collaborate. Please send your proposals. Ari lang gid kami. So if we'd like to open that call to everyone. And maybe as a last thought, because of the lockdown, like the rest of the world, we were given the chance to rethink and recheck our priorities and strategies for the division, based, of course, on CCP's COVID-19 response and a larger strategic plan. Our work now involves a lot more care for and looking into and working with what we have. Whether it be our community, our collections, our archives, or skills that we're not able to practice as much as before. So there's been a lot of looking back, if you can see how this presentation was formatted, and a lot of taking stock and a lot of realigning ourselves to be able to make use of our history, and the assets that we have to be able to give and to share and to support. So I guess I'll end there. I want to say a happy 30th anniversary to Viva, and yeah, nahidlaw ko sa inyo tanan, and I hope everyone is doing okay today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rica, for that informative presentation. I would now like to introduce our second speaker, Suzuki Ben Sutomo. Mr. Suzuki is the director of Japan Foundation Manila, or JFM. He has been working at the Japan Foundation for more than 30 years, dedicating his efforts towards many cultural exchange projects between Southeast Asian countries and Japan. He was Assistant Director of Japan Cultural Center in Bangkok from 1991 to 1994, and he was Deputy Director of Japan Cultural Center Jakarta from 1997 to year 2000. His first term as Director of Japan Foundation Manila was from 2005 to 2010. After this stint, he moved to the Tokyo headquarters and worked on multilateral cooperation projects in the fields of arts and culture, language, social innovation, and sports. He became director of JFM once more, Japan Foundation Manila once more in 2020. Mr. Suzuki is the author of Arts and International Cultural Exchange of the Philippines, published in 2012, and Independent Counterattack, Building Philippine Cinema and Self-Portrait, published in 2020. Mr. Suzuki graduated with a bachelor's degree in philosophy in 1986 from Waseda University and a master's degree in cultural policy study from Aoyama Gakuin University. Let's all please welcome Mr. Suzuki.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Gina-san. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Yes, I'm a Balikbayan director. Then maybe some of you, long time no see, but most of you, nice to know you. I just started from last August, arrived in Manila. Then after 2 weeks quarantine, self-quarantine, and I had, of course, a self-test negative. That's why I'm here. I'm really happy to be here and feel Visaya because I miss so much the beautiful islands of Visaya. Okay, so let's proceed to watch my video presentation. Please play the video. Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. My name is Ben Suzuki. I'm director of Japan Foundation Manila. I was former also director of JFM between 2005 until 2010. That's why I might say I'm Balikbayan. Thank you for inviting me to this very exciting event. So I'd like to speak today. My first encounter with the Philippine contemporary art. The second is the Japan Foundation and Visayas in the early stage. The third, the Japan Foundation and the Asia Center. And the fourth, some glimpse of cultural exchange project of Japan Foundation and the issues in Visayas. 5, of course, about VIVA ExCon and Japan Foundation. The last, but not at least, let's talk about our future. Well, so let me start from my personal experience. Because you may understand how a Japanese citizen like me encounters with Visayas while we are living our daily life in Japan, where there is a long distance from there. It shows one of the good examples. After I started working at the Japan Foundation, my first encounter with Visaya has suddenly come. One day in 1988, the place was Kanda in Tokyo. You can find the left picture. Kanda is the most famous town in Japan for many used bookstores. And I met Visayas and contemporary art in the Philippines in a place like a library, which has accumulation of mankind knowledge. In a corner of a used bookstore, I still remember clearly that something like a very impressive hand-printed newsletter caught my heart. That was one of the copies of BAA newsletter. It was very, very impressive with the scary black, white piece and printwork. I recall this encounter even now. That was my destiny, I believe. Soon, I wanted to go to the town where BAA was given birth. Then I fly from Tokyo to Buffalo, and the same year, and I met Charlie and Pee-wee there. So there is a different picture, but the same period, I think, or very young. Oh, wow. Then, at that time, art was not only the reason that I was interested in Bacolod, as every Filipino is familiar with, Negros at that area was known as a starving island from all over the world due to the crush of sugarcane pieces, and Japanese NGOs also provided a lot of support. The activities of an organization called the Japan Negros Campaign was widely reported in Japan, and its activity paved the way for the subsequent many Japanese NGOs' emergence after that, especially NGOs aiming to supporting development countries. The Negros Relief Campaign began in 1986 and lasted until 2008. But this NGO is still active in the field of development assistance in Southeast Asia. And also the relationship and networks established with Japan and the Philippines, as well as Visayan and Negros at the time, became the strong foundation of our friendship, which has continued until now. 1986 was the year I just graduated from college and entered into the Japan Foundation. That's why I was very interested in Negros and had a fateful encounter with BAA, which brought me to Bacolod. After this experience, I myself started to commit as a cultural practitioner to the art community in Southeast Asian countries. Among the activities by the Japan Foundation related to contemporary art in Southeast Asia, I'd like to introduce just one of the activities during the early stage, which is also related to Visayas. The exhibition, which was titled as New Art from Southeast Asia, was the first case of the introduction of contemporary art in this region. The exhibition was held in 1992, where Charlie and Pee-wee works were introduced. At that time, I was in Bangkok, Thailand, but I really felt fresh and foresighting since I could find the works from Thailand that were selected not only from Bangkok, but also from Chiang Mai. Indonesian works from Bandung and Jogja, and the Philippines from Bacolod and Baguio. There were some art communities at the time started to compete with established civilization based in a capital or metropolitan, and were beginning to grow in various parts of Southeast Asia, and antitheses for globalization were being submitted. The basic challenge of modern art in Southeast Asia was, and probably is, looking for myself. On the way to recovery of lost self, we can find the basic of modern art in Southeast Asia. This is a comment by Japanese art historian, Dr. Masahiro Shiroshoji, who is a pioneer in introducing Asian art to Japan. Even though these early activities of Japan Foundation related to Visaya were still limited, art in Visaya has a certain presence and the perspective of national identity, local and globalism have been a very important issue for us until now. Now, let me explain about the Japan Foundation briefly, especially for those who are not so familiar with us, and I would like to share our mission and vision. We are a semi-governmental organization of cultural exchange, which has almost 50 years history. Yes, we will have a 50th anniversary in 2022. If we identify ourselves as semi-governmental organization, it signifies very, very important message, which is critical, sometimes controversial, or in a sense, flexible. Our primary mission is to execute and practice, of course, the cultural diplomacy of Japanese government, but at the same time, we have to use an arm's length theory, take a certain stance from the governmental policy and approach to the communities in the Philippines, try to understand them and establish mutual trust and sympathy. So we have 25 overseas offices around the world. For making realization of our mission, we develop programs in 3 areas: art and culture exchange, Japanese language education, Japanese studies, and intellectual exchange. How to approach? We identify that needs of individuals engaged in various cultural fields, create opportunities and support programs and events, as well as sustain environments for cultural exchange. How to plan? We take initiative in planning and organizing exhibition, stage performances, and international conferences, coordinate programs that invite cultural leaders to Japan to foster networking and provide hands-on experiences in Japan. How to support? We also provide funding for people actively engaged in cultural exchange and provide grants for cultural exchange by making available tools, opportunities, and venues that facilitate exchange activities, and making network and information. We are gathering information and materials needed by people active in cultural exchange and helping them to develop personal networks. We are continuously building the foundation of informational cultural exchange, international cultural exchange, expanding its reach. Okay. And of course, I'd like to introduce the activities of Asia Center, which is one of the functions of Japan Foundation very recently, but because of the limitation of the time, I cannot explain all of the very important project. But role of Asia Center, I want to emphasize on. Offer new models for way to collaborative work to show ourselves that there are people in Asia thinking, expressing themselves with different creative vocabularies and create interest and foundation for future collaborative works. This is a very important mission of Asia Center. So apparently, here, the keyword is collaboration. What kind of collaboration has been realized in terms of relation between Japan and Visayas? Maybe this is the main topic today. So I'd like to show the relatively recent projects that I myself were involved in before. Next section is some glimpse of cultural exchange project of Japan Foundation and the issues in Visayas. Issues is very important. The first, amnesia and inheritance of memory. This is a project in Palo, Yosakoi Soran Festival, 2006. At the end of the World War, Leyte, the biggest battle between Japan and American troops, and it had to imagine tragic land where 18,000 Japanese soldiers and many Americano and Filipinos were killed. Palo is a historical place where General MacArthur, who escaped from the Philippines with the word, "I shall return," landed after the ceasefire. At Red Beach, even now, the upper left picture, at Red Beach, even now, on October 20th, every year, American and Filipino survivors who resisted the Japanese army at the time celebrate the anniversary. Surrounded by such history, the town of Palo has been a symbol of war victim, and anti-Japanese sentiment has been intense for a long time after the war. The mayor whom I met at that time, I mean 2006, wanted to overcome the past for the younger generation and establish a good relation with Japanese citizens. I totally agreed his idea and tried to bring Japanese fiesta to Paro. Yosakoi Soran, the right-hand picture, Yosakoi Soran, is one of the most popular fiesta in Japan. As a result, Japanese and Filipino mixed team was able to participate in the fiesta. Japanese culture has finally been officially lifted 60 years after the war. It can be said that this was a process that was gradually forgotten by the people of the town. If so, it is also necessary for ourselves to inherit the memory of the war to next generation through cultural exchange. If these kinds of memories of war related to the healing of our people's heart, it is in the theory of cultural exchange, a territory of cultural exchange, then we have to resist against amnesia. Healing is one of the important functions of culture and art. I think that cultural exchange also has a role to play. The second topic is local and global. Kapua Conference, November 2009. This is in Tacloban. As you all know, Kapua is a recognition of shared identity and inner self-share with us. The Kapua Conference is a series of conferences organized by Ms. Catherine de Geer and his husband, Kidro Takemi. The conference was held at UP Tacloban in 2009. It was just 1 month after the Typhoon Ondoi hit the city and caused huge damage. I invited the Japanese legendary documentary film director, Mr. Himeda Tadayoshi. The center picture is Himeda. And took part in this conference. And we exchanged views on the indigenous culture, mindset, and traditional community lifestyle. Himeda screened his documentary film, which titled Iomante, the Ainu Bear Ceremony. The center lower picture is the Ainu ritual of Iomante. That depicts the traditional Ainu culture of Hokkaido, the northern part of Japan. It is a ritual to express gratitude for their god to have daily food. For this reason, Ainu people killed a young bear, dismantled and exhibited its neck toward the mountain to receive the blessing of nature. Even if it is a cruel in Western modern way of thinking, it is the most sacred to the Ainu people, but it has been lost now. Okay. Many indigenous traditional culture remains in Visayan and rural areas. What I'm most interested in region now is the epic Sugidanon, as you may know, from Karaya people on Panay Island. Like the epic around the world, the story is about human beings interacting with natural world and fighting supernatural powers. But in the world depicted by Sugidanon, beside Iloilo, Capiz, and Antique on Panay Island, the names of places on Negros Island, including Buffalo, has also appeared. Furthermore, although this is also left to future research, some of the ancient Kiranaya words used in Sugidanon have been pointed out to be similar to Malay, and the maritime world that connects the island of Western Visayas to Brunei via the Sulu Sea. The ancient wisdom entrusted to living human beings is, in a sense, valuable like hundreds title of books. But such cultural heritage of humankind become a light of the wind. When they are not blessed with successors and no accurate records are left, the fertile world view will be lost from our earth. I just hope that Sugidanon will be widely recognized so that the people of Panay and ourselves will not suffer from the lost vision. The third is about environment and green initiative. Green Initiatives Conference in Cebu 2019. This is actually very recently. This was the final edition of annual conference, which was held in different cities such as Japan and Indonesia to promote environmentally oriented or inspired and design co-organized by the University of San Carlos, Japanese Architecture Association, and the Japan Foundation. The conference focused on developmental implications on watershed and coastal environments. You can see the picture. The right lower is the project, the preservation site, mangrove preservation site in Cebu. Green architecture was the highlight of the intellectual exchange among Japanese, Indonesia, as well as Filipino speakers, composed mostly of design professionals like architects and planners, and even architectural students. The presentation were focused on the value of using wood and bamboo as a building material that has long been considered throughout history as a material closest to the earth. Typical of their tradition in building and construction, the Japanese speakers showcase their research and applications of wooden materials to design, incorporating nature-inspired concepts. So you can find the lower left picture is a very popular now. One of the representing Kuma Kengo's works, new national stadium, which will be the main stage for Olympic and Paralympic, I hope next year. The fourth is disaster mitigation. International Forum on Telling Live Lessons from Disasters, 2020. Disasters claim many lives instantly and devastate daily life of communities. Harsh experience in disasters leads us to value the importance of daily life and significance of living together with nature, which we do not consider as much during ordinary times. It motivates them to apply the knowledge of disaster risk reduction into actual actions. Many people in disaster-hit areas have been making efforts to preserve and pass on the lived experiences and lessons from disasters to other areas and generations. Aside from oral storytelling, photographs, audiovisual materials, remaining items, music and pictures, monuments also talk eloquently. Aiming to network individuals and institutions in such activities, they launched, we launched the International Network of Telling Live Lessons from Disaster in 2006, so as to support those in exchanging and cross-learning across boundaries, appealing in one voice for the importance of such conducts of telling live lessons and contributing to the creation of disaster-resilient societies. So you see, the center is, of course, the picture of the Great East Japan earthquake hit the Tohoku area very hugely in 2011. And the left one is, as you may know, 2013 Typhoon Haiyan. This conference, we have invited several professors and experts from Philippines to talk about Haiyan and many disaster situations in the Philippines. Okay. So, as you see, there are many issues we have been challenging to share and tackle together with the artists, academic researchers, NPO, NGO leaders, cultural practitioners, students, and community members in Visayas. Now we reached the relation with VIVA ExCon and the Japan Foundation. I still remember that the festival held in 2008 was my first participation. At that time, I introduced one Japanese traditional / contemporary dancer in a very mystical and enthusiastic atmosphere. But I'm sorry, my memory is rather ambiguous. I'd like to ask my staff, Ms. Susha Velasco, to take turn of this presentation and share her experience.
So during VIVA ExCon 2014 in Bacolod, Japan Foundation Manila invited Mr. Keisuke Ozawa, then curator of AIT or Arts Initiative Tokyo, a curator in Arts Management Collective, and now he is the director of Arcus Project. So in 2014, he did a lecture on curatorial practices in Japan. So in April 2018, this is what I attended, the Japan Foundation Manila provided a grant for the second Southeast Asian Residencies meeting in Rojas City, Capiz. endorsed by the Res Artis worldwide network of artist residencies, and organized by Green Papaya Art Projects. This was a pre-event to the VIVA ExCon that was to be held in Rojas City on November 2018. International participants representing Asian artist residencies were invited from Japan, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, and of course with many Filipino participants and speakers, sharing information about the residencies not just in Manila but in the region, with the hopes to encourage more international exchanges between artists, curators, and residencies. So Japan Foundation Manila was kindly invited to observe as well as to participate as a resource speaker for the Japan Foundation Manila's initiatives in bringing meaningful cultural exchanges between Japan and ASEAN countries. So VIVA ExCon 2018 in Capiz was composed of art exhibitions as well as a 3-day conference. So the central part of Rojas City was turned into a festive art space where a variety of installations and artworks were exhibited and performances were conducted. Not only inside civic centers and museums, but also in outdoor spaces. So with around 450 delegates and attendees, artists from the Philippines and Japan had to work closely with local artists in Rojas for the VIVA ExCon. Through the grant provided by the Japan Foundation Asia Center, VIVA ExCon was able to invite participants from ASEAN and Japan. Japanese artists who were involved were Ami Yamasaki, who's an Asia Center Fellow. She gave an artist talk and also collaborated with Rojas performers for a live experimental vocal and cross-media performance. And another invitee was, of course, Mr. Inagaki Tatsuo as a curator and artist. And they were both deeply involved with the community in Rojas. So besides the museum, ang panublion was Inagaki Tatsuo's Balay Sugilanon Story House, where he collaborated with 25 local artists. And it was situated near Maricel Cafe, where the eateries regulars were interviewed and snippets of these exchanges were exhibited alongside their portraits inside the bamboo house as part of his deep immersion with the community. So I was very fortunate to be involved in this program with VIVA ExCon, the last VIVA ExCon in Rojas. So that's it for my my experience with VIVA ExCon. I'm going to revert back to Director Suzuki.
Okay, thank you, Susha-san. So far, we have talked about the past, but finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about our future. It is a future story based on the important commonalities between Japan and the Philippines. As you may know, Japan and the Philippines are connected by the strong current named Kuroshio, means black current. The road from the Philippines to mainland Japan via Taiwan and Okinawa was once named as the Kuroshio Road by a Japanese famous folklore scholar, Yanagita Kunio. We are separated by the sea, but we also can say that we have one strong connection. Therefore, our culture, which is mediated by the sea, has many common ground. What I'm going to talk may be a kind of a dream story for you, but it's not impossible to imagine and to make realization in the future. That is the idea of connecting regional diversity of islands country, let's say as Visayas and Setouchi Islands community alike. Setouchi or Seto Inland Sea is an area, a sea area between Honshu and island. You can look at the right lower picture. And Shikoku Island, and has many large and small islands. It is exactly the Visayas of Japan. It has prospered as a center of Japanese maritime economy since ancient times, but after the Meiji era, it lost its central position and became depopulated. And then one prominent Japanese business tycoon created art community in those islands and revitalized through art. That is, as many of you may know, the Setouchi Triennale or Setouchi. The Setouchi Triennale takes place with the framework of Art Setouchi, which continues every year. Art Setouchi has forged lasting connections with local communities and generated unique initiatives which are contributing to restoration of the sea. So you can find, there are many artworks still exhibited there, but I want to point out the very prominent representing artworks. From the upper left, Chichu Art Museum by Tadao Ando. The upper left, upper right is Teshima Art Museum by Rei Naito. The lower left is Art House Project by Tatsuo Miyajima, and the lower right is, of course, a well-known artist by Yayoi Kusama, Welcome Symbol of Naoshima. Aside from the art Setouchi, there are many valuable cultural resources around this area. Among them, I'd like to introduce to you is one of the most beautiful heritage towns which has maritime context, that is Tomonora. Tomonora city is famous as a setting for Ponyo on the Cliff by the Sea, maybe somebody knows about it, which is a popular anime directed by Hayao Miyazaki. This small village-like city is located in the Seto Inland Sea, was an international commercial city that prospered as a tide-waiting port during the Edo period, and its townscape still remain. A port town that should be called the treasure of Japan and good practice for preservation of heritage town. By the way, several years back in this town, there was an international symposium on heritage town, and the vice mayor of TAG, Batangas, was invited. I really would like to talk about Setouchi or Seto Inland Sea because Setouchi has many things in common with the Visayas. Of course, many islands, diverse natural environment, fauna and flora, existing ancient layers of culture and myths, traditional culture and community, center of water transportation system, cultural ecotourism, and of course connected by the sea. That's not a desk theory at all. If you have a chance to go there, I'm sure you will feel as if you were in Visayan. So why not? We will try to build relations with art community there and exchange the views and share the value, which will pave the way to realize Visaya and Setouchi Islands community alike. To conclude my presentation, I'd like to talk about the role of cultural exchange under the circumstance of COVID-19. What I learned after arrival here is that various online projects have been developed and the Philippines might be more advanced in digital transformation than Japan. Yes, it's true. The world of person-to-person communication in this virtual environment, we might be able to call it as the semi-digital virtual sphere, shows us new possibilities. This is like the relationship between virtual and real, neither repetitive nor mirror. Real and virtual have connected each other. In an era in which the new coronavirus is widespread worldwide, a certain amount of reservation is imposed on globalization, which has never imagined before. There, the cross-border movement of people and things is severely restricted. And in order to protect the safety of life, people are forced to shut themselves up in the nation and turn inward. In such an unexpected situation, it can be said that sharing of value tested as a link between us across national borders. So, in the first place, I think that we are the ones who seek connection, and it can be said that human beings have made progress by connecting each others. I think that is the essential meaning of international cultural exchange. Thank you for your attention, and maraming salamat po. Arigatou gozaimasu.
very much, Mr. Suzuki, for sharing how the Visayan art scene was a big part of your career history and that of Japan Foundation Manila's as well. I would now like to introduce our third speaker. Ms. Teresa Rances has been the Philippine Program Director of the Asian Cultural Council, or ACC, since the year 2000. She handles the processing of grants and works closely with the board of ACC Philippines Foundation, Inc. for its various fundraising and grantee-related activities. A broadcast communications graduate from the University of the Philippines, Ms. Rances received her master's degree in arts administration as a Fulbright scholar at Columbia University. Her experience as arts administrator began at the Cultural Center of the Philippines, where she is currently a department manager. She is also a board member of the Philippine Fulbright Scholars Alumni Association. Let's all please welcome Ms. Teresa Rances.
Thank you. Maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. It's so great to be back in Viva. 30 years ago, when Viva started, I was also part of helping plan out Viva at that time, together with sila Charlie, Tiwi, Nuni Alvarado. Gosh, that's 30 years ago, and I was the head of the outreach then at the Cultural Center of the Philippines. And I'm still with the Cultural Center, but what I would like to talk to you about this afternoon is my other hat, the philanthropic hat, which is the Asian Cultural Council. The first slide, please. Thank you. All right, going to the second slide. The Asian Cultural Council is a nonprofit organization that advances international dialogue, respect, and understanding through cultural exchange activities in Asia and the United States. It was established in 1963 by John D. Rockefeller III to support artists, scholars, art professionals, organizations, and institutions through fellowships and grants. Next slide, please. The ACC support spans various disciplines and genres, encompasses partnerships with leading artists, scholars, administrators, and institutions. And it engages cultural leaders from the established to the emerging and works from traditional to cutting edge. Next slide, please. The ACC main office is in New York City with an affiliate office in Tokyo and affiliate foundations in Hong Kong, Taipei, and Manila. Next slide, please. ACC has supported over 300 Filipino artists since 1963, and 8 of them have become national artists. To name a few, we have Lucrecia Casilag, the very first president and artistic director of the Cultural Center of the Philippines; Jose Hoya, a visual artist; Dr. Jose Maceda, who's an ethnomusicologist; Lamberto Avellana, a filmmaker; Francisco Feliciano, composer and conductor; Ramon Santos, composer and ethnomusicologist; Kidlat Tahimik, filmmaker; and Alice Reyes, the dancer, choreographer, and founder of Ballet Philippines. Next slide, please. Since 2000, when ACC Philippines Foundation was established, over 100 more artists and institutions have been supported. The likes of Chris Miliado, CCP Artistic Director; Gino Gonzalez, Production Designer; Marica Constantino, Visual Artist and Curator; Teresa Barroso, Sound Artist; Christine Muico, Music Artist; Chino Toledo, Conductor; Noel Quizon, Don Salubayba, Jerry Leonardo, Anton Del Castillo, and Irma Lacorte, Visual Artists; Mio Infante, Production Designer; Patrick Flores, Curator; Barbara Tanchonco, Light Designer and Technical Director. Next slide, please. Rodi Vera, playwright, Jose Estrella, theater director, Myra Beltran, dance artist, Abner de Lima, theater artist, Sari Dalena, filmmaker, Winner Humalon, visual artist, to name a few. Moving on to 2000, when COVID-19 began, international travel became a big risk. But that did not stop ACC to provide support to artists, institutions, and organizations. Next slide, please. Cultural exchange became a virtual world, and ACC transformed nearly 70% of the proposed 2020 grants to hybrid or complete virtual models. To quote Miho Walsh, the former ACC executive director, like most exchange organizations, ACC program model traditionally involved getting on a plane and traveling thousands of miles for an in-person immersion in other culture. With this model challenged to near impossibility, ACC pivoted, reimagining our methods, yet maintaining our purpose. To name a few, grantee for visual programs, Chineri Ung, internationally acclaimed composer, teacher, and activist, an ACC grantee from 1970 to 2012, and a JDR III awardee in 2013, is now teaching online composition classes to the new generation of musicians in Cambodia. And like today, we are here in VIVA. VIVA is another proposal that has been transformed completely and supported by ACC for its virtual conference. And this will run monthly from December to June of 2021. Next slide, please. Allow me to share the other programs of ACC. This year, we launched the In Dialogue series in May 2020. This is to advance international dialogue and provide a platform for diverse voices. Last September, ACC Philippines hosted the Arts Essentiality in Crisis, featuring ACC grantees J.K. Anicoche, dance artist Ea Torado, and Leroy New. ACC Hong Kong, Tokyo, New York, and Taipei also hosted various In Dialogue programs. Next slide, please. We also have the East-West Dialogue, which are lectures and conceived as a public platform to advance the values of cultural exchange. Next slide, please. As part of ACC's fundraising, ACC partners with ArtSpace, an online marketplace for contemporary art. 50% of the proceeds from all ArtSpace sales will support the next generation of artists and scholars following in our alumni's footsteps, and the remaining 50% is offered back to participating alumni and grantees. Next slide, please. ACC also have awards, the John D. Rockefeller III Award and the Blanchett Hooker Rockefeller Award, which recognizes the achievements of artists, practitioners, and philanthropists. Awards are given in honor to the accomplishments of remarkable artists in the likes of, for the Philippines in 1987, we have Jose Maceda, ethnomusicologist, who was then the chairman of the Department of the Music Research of the University of the Philippines. And in 2007, Nestor Hardin, then the president of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Next slide, please. We have the fellowships and grants as a major core of our program. Art and international exchange during COVID-19 will support project proposals from individuals and organizations. Projects instead intended to strengthen and enhance impactful international connectivity and engagement between Asia and the United States through activities that can be done without international travel. Next slide, please. There are two types of grants. We give individual grants and we provide project grants undertaken by organizations. The eligibilities are individuals and organizations in Asia conducting virtual cultural exchange programs with the US and countries of Asia. It will also be for individuals and organizations in the US conducting virtual exchange projects with artists, scholars, and art professionals in Asia. Applicants must be practicing artists, scholars of the arts, or art professionals, or
Viva Conference.
from non-profit organizations. Next slide. Eligible projects. These are programs that must be able to be carried out without the international travel. It should also be projects that are process-driven, such as research, training, or study or explorations that will enable cultural immersion, relationship building, collaboration, or the exchange of knowledge among peers. The projects must be undertaken during the period of March 2021 to January 2023. Next slide, please. In addition, we will fund programmatic support to its fellowship and grant recipients by giving recommendations of research areas, personal introductions to relevant contacts, and access to the global ACC community of alumni and partners. Next slide, please. ACC connects with artists, scholars, and art professionals across Asia and the United States. We have covered almost 26 countries and regions. We have invested almost $100 million for the grants and fellowships. We have covered 16 artistic disciplines and have given grants to almost 6,000 artists, scholars, institutions, and organizations across the whole world. Before I end my presentation, I'd like to request to please show the video on ACC. It's a short video. Thank you. That was Zach Singer, a multi-instrumentalist, an ACC grantee in 2016. We said, how can we connect across our windows around the world? There's so many possibilities. We thought COVID will close down a lot of things, but no, there are a lot of possibilities for connecting all over the world. I'd like to say thank you for giving me time to present, and do stay safe and healthy. Please log on to the website of the ACC at www.asianculturalcouncil.org or send me an email at theaccphilippines@gmail.com. Madamo gid na salamat. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rances, for the informative and encouraging presentation.
Thank you.
I would now like to introduce our last speaker for this important dialogue, Ms. Geraldine Dindin B. Araneta. Ms. Araneta received her formal education in arts management through her master's in individualized study in arts administration from the Gallatin School in New York University in 2003. She began her career at the Ayala Museum, presiding over projects ranging from the organization of visual arts exhibits in public spaces to the valuation and appraisal of works of art. Her jobs and projects have been enriched by her internships and work stints at the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum in New York in 2002, the Office of Development at the Smithsonian Institution, and the Office of Government Liaison at the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts in Washington, D.C. in 1994. She was formerly Executive Director and Board Member of the Museum Foundation of the Philippines, and until recently, she was Chairperson of the Arts Management Department in the School of Design and Arts, or SDA, at the De La Salle College of St. Benilde in Manila. Currently, Ms. Araneta is head of the Visual Arts Committee of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, or NCCA, and remains an academic advisor at SDA. She is co-founder of Philippine Art Events, Inc., which hosts the annual Art Fair Philippines and Art in the Park. Let's all please listen to Ms. Geraldine Araneta, Dindin Araneta. Welcome. Can you kindly unmute yourself? There you go.
Hi, good afternoon. Congratulations to VIVA ExCon for their 30th anniversary. I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me today. I prepared a presentation on the government contributions of the NCCA through the Visual Arts Committee. I've also identified some of the projects that we've had working in the Visayas. Okay. First slide, please. Okay, what I did, I talked about how I asked several questions with regards to preparing this presentation. The first is, how severely has the global pandemic affected the cultural workers in the visual arts subsector? Based on the database of the NCCA, 300 to 400,000 individuals were affected. Affected were artists with no employer-to-employee arrangement and whose income depends on artistic output or mass gatherings, 2%. It is not mentioned how many are from the visual arts subsector or from the Visayas. Just to refresh your memory, the NCCA is the overall policy-making body, coordinating and grants-giving agency for the preservation, development, and promotion of Philippine arts and culture. It is an executive agency for the policies it formulates, and it administers the National Endowment for Fund in Culture, a fund exclusively used for the implementation of culture, arts, programs, and projects. Next slide, please. Next question I thought I would ask is, what are some ways for visual artists to survive during these difficult times? Some of the innovative ways I found on online, this current information. There's a shift to an online platform to exhibit and promote art through Instagram, Facebook, shopping sites, Viber, and WhatsApp. They also use hashtags in Instagram to draw attention to work, such as art in the time of Corona, art in quarantine, quarantine art, and isolation art. Some have also set up a Patreon account, which is an online platform where you can offer access to exclusive content in exchange for a monthly donation. There are also others who attend tutorials and courses to learn new skills. Others also participate in online discussions as resource persons or attendees. And then, of course, it's important nowadays to take care of our health, stay positive, and to continue to keep working. Next slide, please. Okay, based on the NCCA information, I'd like to share what support has been given by the government to artists. No? There was 1.5 million for 400 artists, which came initially through the TUPAD, which is Tulong Panghanap Buhay sa Ating Displaced Workers. It is an amelioration program for the Department of Labor and Employment. How many visual artists receive this? I don't have a figure for this. No? And then also, to the NCCA, there's also a program that supported 76.8 million pesos. This is for giving to cultural workers, and this was administered through the NCCA. The Visual Arts Committee gave 4.7 million to 950 individuals within the ecosystem from all over the Philippines, with each receiving 5,000 pesos. Next slide, please. Also, the NCCA established a ASEAN Digital Art Contest, wherein several cash prizes will be given. First prize of 50,000, second prize of 30,000, third prize of 20,000, and 5 consolation prizes of 10,000. This is the submission of entries was October 15, and I know that the NCCA to the Visual Arts Committee has been deliberating on the winners. Next slide, please. Okay. Also, there were some grants that were reformatted to make it more suitable for to be implemented during the time of the pandemic. So we had 400,000 pesos that in the form of like canceled grants. No, this was awarded to the Fine Arts Program of PWU to conduct research on the effect of the pandemic on visual artists and creative spaces in the National Capital Region. This grant was taken from projects that were supposed to be implemented but canceled due to the pandemic. No? In addition to this, PWU will be conducting similar research in 2021 for the other parts of the Philippines to cover the entire Philippines. No? And then also for 2020, 1 million pesos was given to VIVA ExCon, which is long-running, 30 years, a biennale held in the Visayas region, but which shifted to an online platform and will have a series of talks. And then for 2021, the NCCA Visual Arts Committee identified several grants composed of webinars, online education, regional art competitions, and projects that would benefit the entire ecosystem. These are submitted to the competitive grants program of the NCCA. The NCCA also conducted a focus group discussion, a rapid assessment on the impact of COVID and the quarantine on the arts and culture sector in general. Next slide, please. Okay, I tried to reconstruct how the NCCA has supported the VIVA ExCon. No? I could not get records directly from the NCCA, so what I did was that I talked to 3 artists who have seen the VIVA ExCon from the beginning. This is Norberto Roldan from Capiz, Manny Montelibano from Bacolod, and Dennis Montera from Cebu. No, so basically, what the information that we came up with, putting together what they said was that the financial support for VIVA ExCon started in the late 1990s to 2000 with 200,000 pesos. No? From 200,000 pesos, it grew steadily to 500,000 to 1 million to 1.5 million, depending on the NCCA allocation for the Visual Arts Committee. So for example, in 2020, Bacolod received 1 million pesos. In 2018, Capiz received 1 million. In 2016, Iloilo got 1.5 million. I could not get the figures for 2014 and 2012 and the figures before that. No? Also, the same time, P.W. Roldan is currently working on a VIVA ExCon book covering 1990 to 2016 and has requested for access to or copies of the terminal report submitted by the host cities and proponents to the NCCA. No? How else? I was thinking about this when Manny talked to me about making this presentation. One thing that I thought the NCVA could try to do is attempt to secure more funding for VIVA ExCon so there can be more focus on programming rather than fundraising. No? Hopefully we can consult the different proponents and host city members for 2021 to come up with a more comprehensive proposal and budget. I don't know if this is some wishful thinking, but really the goal is to hopefully get full funding for the project for 2022 and take it from there. What would this require? No, it would require that the VIVA ExCon would probably be more national in scope, to work with probably to maintain its character as largely starting from the Visayas, no, but to see how perhaps the Biennale could include more partners from other cities within the Philippines. No? But of course, this would be consultative in nature. I've also talked to the current committee members who represent the Visayas to ask for their help to see how we can reach out more to NCCA and to the Viva ExCon to see how, if it is possible at all, to make this happen in time for 2022. But I think we have a year to work on it. No? I would be happy to entertain any questions or suggestions or ideas on how we can make this possible together. Yeah. Next section, please. Next slide, please. Also recently, I'd like to share what are the future plans of the subsector to further collaborations with the government. No? August 13, individuals from the visual arts subsector met with the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industries Block of the Philippine Congress, led by the convener, Congressman Tof de Venecia. Recommendations were made on national vision and purpose, infrastructure, professional development, tax incentives, intellectual property, national budgets, education, promotions, which shape the future of the subsector through the help of government legislation. Next slide, please. I'd like to share some of the recommendations of the visual arts sector representatives made to the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industries block of Congress. One would be to do a cultural mapping of the visual eco art system. Another one is to develop more creative hubs in the regions. Another is to establish regional training centers for art handlers, framers, lighting technicians, exhibition builders, tour guides, maintenance crew, and other specialized jobs. Another is to institutionalize programs on financial literacy. Another suggestion was to establish an art acquisition program for government cultural institutions. Another is to review copyright laws pertaining to the resale of artwork. Another is to work closely with the Department of Education to review mechanics for museum tours. And another is to coordinate closely with the Department of Tourism and Foreign Affairs in promoting the visual arts in local and international campaigns. So this was all submitted, and hopefully some of these suggestions and recommendations can be converted into legislation that would help the visual arts sector. With this, I'd like to end my presentation for this afternoon. Thank you very much again for inviting me.
Okay, thank you very much, Geraldine Araneta of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Thank you to Teresa Rances of Asian Cultural Council, Ben Susuki of the Japan Foundation Manila, Rica Estrada of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, and of course to Gina Pocson for introducing our resource speakers. Can we give them a round of virtual clap, please, everybody? Thank you so much. By the way, I am Rhoderick K. Samonte, and I will moderate the forum. For any questions or points for clarification or remarks from our participants. Is there any question from our participants? You may send them through chat, or you may signal us at the video if you want to speak and address directly our resource persons. Yes, anybody? Any of our resource persons have questions from Leyte, Samar, our neighbor in the Oriental, across in Panay, Antique, Aklan, Cebu, Bantayan, Guimaras, Negros Occidental, or Friends of Viva. Any question you'd like to address to any of our resource persons?
Can I think there's a question regarding the NCCA.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the question is, can we expand on the idea that VIVA would have to be more national oriented if NCCA were to provide more funding? I think the rationale would really come from the Visayan artists, no. But what I would like, my thinking with this was really to just find a way to provide more funding through the help of the NCCA. Also because Viva has become such a significant in the development of the visual arts, no, in the country, to national development, local development of artists and organizations, no. It's also the version of the Biennale that we have come to know, and it's been ongoing for 30 years, no. I think now, especially in the time of the pandemic, we can see that a project can come from anywhere. There's almost no center at the moment, no? So a project can come from anywhere, so it does not really have to be so NCR oriented or NCR based. No? So the idea for how it could be more nationally oriented would require, I think, consultations between the artists and partners or collaborators that the Visayan artists and art organizers would see how to best make this grow in scope.
Okay, thank you. Din, just a follow up to that, because you know the other day we talked about so many concerns as part of the preferred futures, and then it always came out in our discussion that the artists were suggesting a stronger presence of NCCA in the Visayas and in Mindanao. Is there really a possibility for the creation of centers in the region? Let's say an office where they can directly deal with and address directly community-based concerns for the artists?
Well, the scope of the NCVA is just really for the visual arts, no. But I think if you perhaps, no, you would have to direct that question to the NCCA. What I do know is that the current executive director of the NCCA is from Davao, so that alone, I think he would have. Well, I suppose that would mean that the artists from Mindanao may have access to him, no? And then, of course, in terms of the Visayas, I mean, the Visayas really has a strong presence, but maybe it's also a matter of asking the NCCA or requesting the NCCA to have more presence, no? Maybe setting up satellite offices. No?
Okay, thank you. Here's another follow-up question. To apply for NCCA grants, collectives and organizations need to be accredited by NCCA. Is there any way you can simplify the process of accreditation?
You know, there have been many artists who have been also baffled by the accreditation process. But there have also been other organizations who have been accredited successfully. No, I think the most important thing to remember is that you need to be an organization. You have to be organized, no, as a nonprofit, and I think you also have to show 3 years worth of financial statements. And then, of course, there are other procedures that you need to know. So I think the other part that is also confusing, apart from the accreditation, is also the liquidation of the budget. What we have in fact discussed one time in the committee is if it is possible to just come up maybe with maybe a session to discuss how to really be accredited and to liquidate. No, just really for the technical matters. No, I think they've tried to do this in the past, but maybe we can think about how to do it differently to make it easier for artists and art organizations, to make it more palatable for them, while keeping in mind that there are also requirements specified by COA in order to be able to participate. No?
Okay, thank you. Another question, NCCA, any update on the plans for PVAF 2021? Sorry if this has been missed, no? Just asking.
Just yesterday, there was a meeting on the plans of the committee for the PVAF. I wasn't able to join that meeting yesterday because I had to take care of something, but I'll have to ask the committee. And then the week before that, there was also a meeting with the subcommission heads on the National Art Months and what the plans are. Based on the meeting with the subcommission heads, we're trying to see if we can all work together, come together, and have one project so that we can all combine our funds and then come up with an interdisciplinary project, maybe with one theme that will put together projects on architecture, dance, music, film, visual arts, and drama. There are no final plans on this yet, but we are exploring the idea of it.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Our dear artist participants, maybe if you have any question to the other speakers, we still have more time. Just send your questions through our chat box. If you are shy to go online, from our
correct.
Yes, Manny.
This is directed to Ben Susuki. Would it be possible if we can propose a project between Visayan artists and Setuchi group of islands artists?
Yeah, thank you very much for good question. Why not? Because I myself proposed kanina. So maybe there are two kinds if we implement this kind of collaboration project. Of course, there is a one grant program, but grant program includes the local grant, as you may know, and also if adjacent can continue the adjacent grant program, maybe this is also applicable. But I'm not sure like that. I am not sure about it. And also, it may try ourselves to make relation. It's not big project from the beginning. Just invite somebody from there or dispatch somebody from here. Then we will make a first step to establish the first connection. It might be possible. And as I told you about the conference in Tomonoura, several years back, there was a real conference over there. But as I mentioned, that now we are in a different modality of the project making. So if we make a kind of a semi-virtual network, like if we make a relation between Tomonoura city and any particular city in Visaya, to have at first to make a network, establish a network through online virtual sphere. Then each city has each project, and you see exchange in the virtual sphere. Then next stage, maybe we'll make a real face-to-face collaboration. So that will be but that is also another idea for realize.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manny. Any more questions?
Hi, I just read a question in the chat from Gina, I think. Question is, can you tell us more about 21 AM? How big is the Visayan participation in the museum in terms of artists? like I mentioned earlier, 21 a.m. will be sort of the gathering of the different collections of the CCP visual art. And we're looking to work with artists outside Manila as well. So the idea of 21 a.m. is it's not really specific to a certain location. So it can be online, it can be in CCP, it can be in other locations simultaneously. We talked about this a bit in the meeting that we had with some of the artist groups and initiatives last month. And there are no formal formats at the moment, so we're still trying things out, but we're actually very open to proposals for projects that engage with the collections of the CCP. So the idea is once the website is launched, you'll be able to have a better concept of what the objects are in the collection. And also, aside from that, we're also looking to work with artists that whose artistic practice is specific to online. So this to differentiate it from digital art, which is art made digitally. We're looking for projects that are based or that are created for the online mode of communicating. There, so those are some examples. For the one of the results of the discussion that we had last month was we're creating a directory of the different artist groups and art spaces outside Metro Manila for easier communication. So we can relay projects such as this. For example, we recently made a call for the 21 a.m. curatorial workshop. So we were able, actually, we were very happy to receive proposals or, well, applicants for participants from outside Metro Manila. So those are just a few examples. And we'll be updating and we'll be making more announcements about that in the coming months.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions coming in? No more? Jade? Hello, Jade. Would you have any question?
Well, I think the presentations were very clear, and so therefore the artists seem to be satisfied with the information. Maybe we can proceed with the synthesis.
Okay, so again, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause, virtual clap to all our resource speakers. Again, to our speaker, Rica Estrada of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, Ben Suzuki of the Japan Foundation Manila, Teresa Rances of Asian Cultural Council, and Geraldine Araneta, National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Madamo gid nga salamat. A round of applause, please. Thank you. We shall now proceed to the synthesis of our preferred future. If you recall, ladies and gentlemen, our participants, artists, we started with day one with a presentation which I gave on futures thinking because the context of this conference is really to orient us towards the future. And that is to equip us with some knowledge and understanding and capacities at the same time to really chart or design a preferred futures for the artist in the following areas of dialogue for the last 4 to 5 days. And that was from family, business, education, and the government. And if you recall, every day we ended up with an output, which was your preferred futures, and they were all captured through your group workshops, the breakout sessions that were very dynamic, full of energy and life, and we congratulate you for that. That's why the result of our preferred futures in keywords were very exciting. And sort of very powerful, at the same time hopeful. But if you remember the point of Congressman Kiko Benitez the other day, he said that be careful what you wish for. You might get everything, or you might attain everything that you want in the future. And I think that has an implication on our readiness for it, no? On our readiness for what we want to achieve in that futures, where there's going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. That's why we emphasize it's in the plural form, because there is no one future, but there are many futures. There are many possibilities. Possibilities that have not yet been attained today. That's why we keep on dreaming for them. We keep on aiming for them. That's why they always came out in our discussions. And if you recall, I also asked the group, no, as part of my presentation, to really look in terms of a metaphor, no? Because a metaphor is really a powerful imagery. It's a powerful way of capturing our desired future. However, it requires a thorough analysis of systems that take place today. That's why I pointed out that if we do not transform ourselves, then we end up achieving a wasted future. No? So that's why today, as we conclude this 5-day conference with our preferred future, we will now listen to a presentation of all our island coordinators. This time, I gave back to you your summary of key points from our breakout sessions. And very quickly, for the past couple of days, you were asked to translate or transform those keywords into images, considering that we are all surrounded by visual artists. So the better way to capture our output is in terms of images that contain what we truly desire for our futures as artists in relation to families, businesses, the government, and to education. So we'll look at the images, and as we look at the images, I invite our rapporteur one by one to just give us some points, no, in the images that you will present, and the rest of the participants, let's really pay careful attention to the images, capture them, embrace them, own them, and let those images inspire us to really move forward, so that when we end this conference with the word "dason," we now know what exactly we will do, because we have a clear understanding of what's going to happen in the future. So may I call on Eileen from Aklan?
Good afternoon. So,
Good afternoon, Eileen.
I guess the Secretariat combined all the visuals that were submitted to me by the Aklanon artists, and as you can see here, I hope you can see the each images. We start with the one on the left. This was entitled Sibol. So for the artist, his metaphor for the preferred future, we always look at VIVA ExCon in the lens of an Aklanon. So he added the seeds as it includes local government and the patrons, the private sectors, awareness, community tourism. And so this enables the Aklanon artists to grow and bloom. Okay, so and then for the next one, this is the medium is digital photography. It says there, every sunset promises a new dawn. So you see there's a barbed wire that symbolizes our present situation right now, the COVID-19, all the tragedies, the crisis that we're experiencing, but at the far horizon, you can see the dawn. The sun is struggling to wake us up, to shine regardless of a gloomy sky. And so the future looks still bright for an artist, as long as he keeps his vision um, far and positive, I guess. The next one is I have to. I because I included the explanations in the slides. But this one, as you can see, there's a butterfly. We look into the metamorphosis from a caterpillar to a butterfly. So that is her metaphor. This is from Ma'am India Legaspi. And the fourth one is a futuristic vision of Aklan to have a more futuristic look into our art scenes here in Aklan. This one is um, sunflower. I forgot the symbol for the sunflower by this artist. I hope he can explain this further. But this is a more internal growth for him, the same as the next one. That's the same artist. And then you also see here our festival at Atihan, which is also part of our culture, that we can move towards the future also. Okay, I hope I explained them well enough, and thank you from the Aklan group.
That's it? That's it, Eileen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much. No? Very powerful, inspiring images captured by the artist of Aklan. Thank you. Now we call on Brian of Antique. We'll now look
Hi,
at their
good afternoon.
presentation, no, for Antique.
Good afternoon. Um, the Visayans have always been identified by the archipelagic situations of our provinces. One central object of our uniqueness as Visayan and as Filipino has always been the biday, or barangay, by which our ancestors have since used to sail to lands we now call our homes. The Sugidanon of Panay mentions the importance of the biday and our seafarer ancestors. Antique, in its seclusion beyond the sleeping figure of Mount Majaas, has recognized the binirayan of our Malay ancestors as one of the crucial distinctions of our Visayan heritage. She comes as a reminder amidst globalization and amidst the time of pandemic to the importance of who we are as a people in order to move forward without forgetting. The inexplicable energy you feel that unites all artists under one cause is an inspiring one. In addition, the ex-cons have proven to be the catalyst of change and reasserting validation to the practice of the arts. The rawness of the Antiqueño community and limited exposure to newer concepts makes it a perfect hub for molding potentials and empowering local art practices. When the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra performed at Aninii Church in 2018, the courtyard was packed with people from all walks of life. Even former Senator and now Congresswoman Lauren Legarda took notice of Antique's hunger for the arts. We believe that Antique is the cradle and the spring from which the enchanted and invaluable, or the tantanan kag bilidhon arts came from. It is a God-given place that awaits to be thoroughly explored and to be a catalyst for innovation and collaboration. Given these, we are persuaded that Antique has the capability to host and grace the 2022 Viva ExCon. This is our preferred future. Kruhay. Thank you.
Okay, Kruhay indeed. Thank you very much. Salamat, Brian, for Antique. Again, powerful images of the future. No? Now I call on Jake of Bantayan Island. Jake.
Yes. Mayang hapon.
Mayang hapon, Jake.
Just wait for the image.
Okay, take your time.
So we selected I think the screen will show the images that we've selected. We've selected 4 images that we think represent the 4 topics that have been discussed during the VIVA conference. So business, governance, education, and family. So I want to start with business. This is a screenshot from a Coca-Cola commercial in the Philippines, or a promotional video from 1955. So it was selected because for us, it sort of reflects the discussion that we've had on business, culture, and commodification. It sort of represents how culture, commodity, product placement, westernization, corporate agendas, and government leadership merge as part of a historical process. So in this image, we see this local indigenous person sort of almost proudly holding this Coca-Cola bottle. So it's sort of this depiction of the innocent and supposedly needy and poor local in juxtaposition to the helpful corporate entity that provides jobs and a better economy. And it's a type of narrative that still is present today. So we wanted to highlight that sort of to reflect the discussions that we've had about the role of culture and art and tourism, and just make sure that we stay on track in terms of how we want to represent ourselves and how we want to create a system in the future that art is part of, right? The second image is governance, and this is the image on the bottom right. So these are actually screenshots from a fisherman who is filming underwater with a GoPro. And so this was part of an NCCA funded project by Monica Atienza and collaborators from Bantayan Island. This was in throughout 2013 and 2014. And in this project, the goal was to really look at how art could be proposed to tackle social, economic, and environmental issues on Bantayan Island. And through that process, bring people together in the process of documenting these different issues on Bantayan. We would be able to have discussions and use the video material to bring people together and sort of accommodate conversations. So this is a few years old, this project, but I think it's a good reminder to really try to use the government as a partner for local projects where people are really involved in various ways. And the way that communities can be part of active problem solving and also foster communities based on a specific government funded project. This project in particular led to involvement of youth and women, a women's group, a very, very small amount of people, but just the idea that these people went on to create their own groups that also, for example, the arts group, the youth group created a group called Aton Isla, and this is related to education. You can see the image on the right. This is a workshop at the Moderator Community College. These are people who also collaborated in the former NCCA funded project, where they were partnering and giving workshops at different venues, both public and private, to teach people about art and acting and filmmaking. So sort of passing on knowledge based on the things that we know locally here. So it's sort of a type of education that's more informal, and that's fostered through a process of a few years of collaborative work. The last image depicting family, or sort of relating to family, is a short film, a screenshot of a short film called Lola by Robert Fuentes, who's here also at the back. So Robert could tell himself better, but I would just summarize. that he made a beautiful film about his grandmother Lola in 2016, and I really like, or we really like how ideas or concepts around family and art making and sort of just life in general sort of came together, reflecting on life came together through this art piece. So I hope that we could continue storytelling in that way here on Bandayan in the future. And that's all. Thank you. And I also just want to take the time to thank Viva for organizing everything and bringing people together again this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Virtual clap. Congratulations. Indeed, you can make your dreams come true. Very powerful. Thank you. Now I call on Jeffrey of Bohol.
Oh,
Jeffrey,
okay.
present the images of
Yes.
Bohol.
Yes,
Thank you.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for the yes, for the first picture, that is we just write the important features for Bohol. The first picture is under the community, which is we hope to join more art fairs and bazaar. And the second picture in the family is support from the family through our art, and then through our art studios. The family helped us establish art studios. And then the third picture is our group to network with other groups in Visayas for projects. And then for the business, also for the events, physical, that is physical exhibits. And the second picture is online exhibits, where it is now common because of the pandemic. For the education, the first picture is the two schools in Bohol where they offer art major in fine arts, but we hope that they would improve and focus on painting and visual arts. The next picture is the non-formal. Some artists are what they call this, did not take fine arts, so we hope to have more workshops and trainings. Under the government, in the government, there is a proposed project here in Bohol that is called the Cultural Regional Hub, and will be sponsored by NCCA. The last picture is actually the artwork, but we have come up with a group to name our for next year, and Tabok Art Project, to collaborate with other art groups in Visayas. So thank you. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, dagang salamat. Salamat,
Yes,
Jeffrey of
salamat,
Bohol.
salamat.
Thanks for those images of your preferred future. May I call now on Cheche of Capiz?
I'm the one going to report for.
Sorry, Marika. Is it Marika?
Yes.
Okay, Marika,
Good
welcome.
afternoon. Yeah, so I hope you can hear me. Anyways, we brainstormed on the key phrases that arose during the last 4 days with regards to the preferred futures that we have collectively discussed. The exercise is to come up with an image board in response to that. However, during our discussion, we felt that rather than collecting images or composing a work to visualize that preferred future, our conversation evolved to how this can be attained. We concluded that this future will not be achieved if we do not have the basic core values and principles in place. For us, more than the specific goals and objectives, we need to focus on realizing these essential tenets, beliefs, and ideals as artists and individuals who are part of families, businesses, educational systems, or government. More importantly, we need to keep these to heart and work on its realization as citizens of our own localities, provinces, country, and the world. So with that, we'd like to show this short clip. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marika. Indeed, you are right. I agree with you that when core values, desirable values are not in place today, then it will be difficult to have them reflected in a preferred future. That's why we need to really look at core values that will serve as a foundation for what we prefer in the future. Thank you. May I now call Jay of Cebu?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Jay.
Yes, I'd like to also to start from what Marika has just shared, and also Sir Samonte has just underscored on the importance of the core values or tenets or personal philosophies of how our artists in the Visayas looks at art or understands and values art. So for us in Cebu, thinking of a metaphor that would capture the days of conference here in Viva, we would like to propose the metaphor of a tree. Can we see the slide, please? There. As you can see, in studying art or Western art, we've been taught in art schools about understanding of art history to art resembling a tree. There are periods and movements in art that serves to be the roots or the foundation from where new art movements would be anchored or new art movements develop, and so they flourish and become huge trees, flourishing, thriving, prosperous trees. But this also has kind of becomes problematic in the sense that it is very linear, that it progresses in such a way that everything should come up and flourish as roots and as branches and as leaves. And so there is a critique to the view of art as a tree, to rhizomes or parang mga kamote, that it spreads out, not one center or one big tree, but decentralize the art making or the understanding of art into several centers, parang mga kamote. But we would like to propose a different another way of looking at art, and perhaps a way to look, a way to move forward and to kanang prosper as a Visayas group of Visayas artists. We are looking at the image of the bakawan or the mangrove. It is both planar, linear, and vertical. We know very well how mangroves work and how mangroves protect the land, and it is in between land and water, and how it does not, though it is a tree, it grows vertically, it also expands horizontally, which might be a very good imagery to capture the art scene in the Visayas. We might not be looking at one single tree, monolithic, that guides us. Because in the past few days of discussions, we've seen different initiatives, different systems in different provinces, different problems. But what is very, very striking is that despite all the challenges, despite the differences and different hierarchies of values, some cities might, some province might be looking at how to commercialize their art. Some localities are looking on how art can really penetrate communities. And these differences and different views of art can be captured by how the bakawan actually works and actually protects the land, and becomes a very nourishing. The new networks develop, new roots sprouting up, is a very, very potent or nourishing space for new talents, breeding ground, as they say, for new talents. And so perhaps the bakawan can be a very good image to capture preferred future for the Visayas, that while we grow up, we expand in the communities, we nurture one another, making sure that the waters does not destroy us or does not hinder us, but rather the waters, the roots, the system, though sprouting differently, but are connected and are creating one big forest of mangroves. It becomes a very nurturing space and a very kind of sustainable, as they say. Between the dolomite and the mangrove, we go for the mangrove. So I think this is our image that we want for us to reflect upon. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much. I like the last statement. Thank you. Congratulations, Cebu, represented by Jay. I like the images personally. No, I see the same metaphor for a future, and indeed, it's going to be a nurturing future. So again, congratulations. Thank you. May I now call on Sheila? Sheila will represent Iloilo and Guimaras combined. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Sheila, it's yours.
For Iloilo, we've chosen a single light bulb calligram or a mosaic of words for our preferred features for the image board, as we are looking for a brighter future. The best for virtual conferences on the topics of family, business, education, and governance have not only been a great experience sharing with fellow artists, but also the best venue to get new learnings and have a clear vision deciding our preferred features. Listening to experts and speakers sharing their very own experiences handed to ours has been a humbling experience. And I hope venues such as this VIVA ExCon would last a lifetime. Cheers to another 30 years. And thank you in behalf of Iloilo and Guimaras.
Okay, thank you very much, Sheila. Again, a virtual clap for Guimaras and Iloilo. I think very captivating in the imagery is the word look inward. No? And I think it's a thread that cuts across the previous presentations of their preferred futures. So again, thank you. May I now call on Tata of Leyte?
Hi.
Hi, Tata. It's your
Hello, good afternoon,
turn.
guys. Yes, thank you. All right, so for latest, what we have here is just a collated imagery from all our preferred futures discussed and shared from all the discourse and information exchanges. Now, although these are borrowed images online, they are a combined images that express and present our preferred futures. Okay, so with the first quadrant, you can see that it's all about community. We actually wanted our families as the primary unit in our community to readily accept us as artists, because we still have this taboo of not accepting, arts as a career or something. Now, with the second quadrant, we have this that we would want to consider in terms of business. We would want to consider our art as a commodity, as a business and stuff, and that institutions will take good care of our welfare as an artist. We can have a royalty in our art, stuff like that. And then in the third quadrant, of course, because we don't have any art schools, so we're actually inspired and at the same time envious of other islands, because you guys have art schools. Now here in Leyte, we don't have that. So if we're just going to compare, we're still on this infant stage as a community, as an art community. We consider ourselves as an infant, and we are so inspired, we are so motivated to work with our art, to improve our art, and at the same time we want to have this collaboration with other areas, with other islands as well, in terms of art. And yeah, we want to have those art scholarships, stuff like that. Okay, and then for the fourth quadrant, with regards to governance, we talked about it, that we wanted to have this kind of unified art community. Although there are many groups here in Leyte, recently we have lots of groups coming out, most especially after Typhoon Yolanda, but still we're not united, and we wanted to have this kind of a unified force. We wanted to show our local government that we're slowly becoming a strong force in the community, so that we will be able to deliver what we really want. Okay, and so to present the preferred futures, this is just a whole box comprised of 4 quadrants, and that we make it a whole. And the metaphor of pieces coming together is an attempt to show that all these aspects, although separate in their own importances, are really, at the end of the day, we're just part and parcel of a single progressive and forward-looking future where these aspects play in harmony and cohesion. So that's it for Leyte. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tata. I like your metaphor of pieces coming together. The diversity and the variety of images that are very encouraging and motivating, that drives one to do something today so that indeed that future can be realized. Again, congratulations. A virtual clap to the group of Tata from Leyte. May I now move on to Negros Occidental. May I call on Mox? Maureen?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Are you around, Maureen?
Can
I
you
miss you
hear
in the
me?
studio.
Yes, Gani.
You're so near
Hi,
yet so
Rods.
Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, sorry, my
Hello.
internet is bad probably. Okay, alright na? Yeah, my
Yes.
connection is bad. That's our image for our preferred future. The future we painted. Yeah. It's a fair world, if only with fair weather and fair seas. But then again, since this is of a world or a community that could weather the storms. One with limitless creativity and possibilities, with respect to culture and tradition, a people that sums up individual experiences, a product products of introspections, consideration for others, and we look forward to innovation and transition to a new world. That's all.
That's it, Maureen. Mox, that's it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mox, and the group
Yeah,
from Next.
that's it, Rods. Thank you.
Madamo gid nga salamat. Indeed, a fair world is a desirable world, no? And if you can see the images, again, you see images that they can be quite distant, but that's why it's a future, no? Yet something very desirable. So thank you so much for that creativity and energy that you put into it. Now I call on Negros Oriental. May call on
Hello, everyone. Good
Ona.
afternoon. Yes, I'm
Good
here.
afternoon, on.
Good afternoon. All right. So I've actually chosen existing works by Dumaguete artists and events as well. Art and family, as seen in this photo of the Plate Movement 2019, an auction for a cause where we prefer a future of artists that expand the definition of a family to a supportive and nurturing community. Second photo is art and education, captured by this photo by Leds Tabuada of Strands Together in 2018, which is an installation work advocating for safe schools for LGBTI learners, reflecting on the urgency to thread the academe through art education and advocating for social issues. Third one, in art and business, we reflect on this photo of earthenware works by Jana Humalon Alano in the play The Potter 2020. As Dumaguete City, once known for its terracotta works in Daro Clayton, many artisans having to give up the craft for purposes of financial stability. And now, seeing Jana Humalon herself, an artist turned business owner, advocating for supporting fellow artists and using business for sustainability. And lastly, art and government, when married perfectly, results in a prolific art scene supporting artists while educating the public in the arts, such as in this photo of Biyaheng Dumaguete Art, where the city tourism initiated a mobile art exhibition featuring local artists and mounting their works in pedicabs around the city for the National Arts Month. Individually, collectively, in the home, in the academe, the business world, and in dealing with governance, may we turn our preferred future into pursued futures. Daghang salamat.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very important reminder from On. And yes, that's the point of our futures thinking, that while we have a preferred future, it will not take place on its own. It has to be pursued. And it has to be pursued starting from the present, no? And their images are again as powerful as the rest, no? And they're very empowering. So again, thank you. Congratulations, a virtual clap, round of applause to Negros Oriental Group. Salamat, Gid. On. Now, may I call on Anne from Samar. Anne, are you there?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Francis.
Oh, Francis, yes.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm with actually, since illustration, kasi there are lots of things na we need in our future. So that is why, yun, naisip namin na it's much better if we have illustration. So since hindi makita masyado yung illustration namin, first, the family. Yung title namin doon is about kawid-kawid. It is a waray-waray word, means connection. So since Samar is divided into 3 provinces, meron siyang tatlong tao dyan, which is represented by Northern Samar, Samar, and Eastern Samar. And it is connected also with the a lot of hands connected to each other. holding yung paghawak sa every representative ng ng province. And we're hoping in the future, yun, nilagay namin dyan yung maraming kamay na may hawak na brushes, which means we need more space for art, and also exhibits. In the background, meron mga paintings na yun talaga yung kailangan namin sa ngayon, na we are praying in the future na magkaroon kami. And the right side naman sa illustration, nandun yung family, which is support sa itaas at na figure, human figure, para make sure na yung strength, yung lakas ng suporta from the family, of course, which is the really needed sa yun, sa part ng family. Second, by the way, yung illustration namin is inspired by Kate Haring. Second picture namin, yung illustration namin is about, yung title namin doon is about sirong. Sirong, which means under the protection ng isang malaking parang payong, na if in case mulan or araw, meron tayong masisilungan, sirong. Yun, ang sirong actually, hindi pa tapos yung illustration, may background pa yun na isang malaking building which represent the business na humahawak sa mga painters, sa mga artists. And then in front of that illustration is the weighing scale, na kung saan yung isang side is about the monetary value at ang isang side yung painting, yung artwork, na hopefully in the future magkaroon ng value, yung exact value, yung parang eksaktong pera na maibabayad sa isang artist, na hindi naman lugi yung artist, kasi most of the time yung artist wala talaga. Kung pwede lang, sabi nga sa amin dito, kung pwede nga lang hingin yung artwork mo kahit pinagpaguran mo, yun. And the third
the third is actually the preferred future for education. So it's like a tree, but it is represented by a brain. The left brain and the right brain is supposed to represent the two sides of art education, which is the informal and the formal. But if you look closely, the tongue extends to both sides of the brain, meaning there is support from both. Kasi sometimes we learn from each other, and there are things that cannot be taught in school that are taught in the streets, and vice versa. So the collaboration between the two sides of art education can have a massive effect to the future generations of future artists, which can contribute to growth, not just in the art world, but also to the individuals concerned in art making, and the creation of a new art scene, which hopefully will be inclusive and which will root under the two art education that can represent the entire society of Samar. And of course, the last one is the governance, which is actually representative of the Bayanihan culture of the Filipino. Can we move the slide, please, or the picture? Thank you. So these are actually people, the artists, not just the artists, but the community carrying the art scene, wherein we are lifted by support, not just from the government, but also from the audience, the art critics, the art enthusiasts, and the collectors, who can lift up actually the entire system wherein art is governed not just by systems, the bureaucratic systems, but also on how the actual society works, because it's not just about plans and programs of governments, but it's actually the soul and and the core value of what an artist should represent and what art should represent in the society. So it should not be governed by any bureaucratic system, but it should be governed by what the people wants to express and how they want to express themselves that represents the community. So that's it for summer. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Francis and Anne. Again, a virtual clap, round of applause for the group in Samar. Very interesting and powerful images, illustrations of the future with lots of details and insights. No? So again, thank you very much. And to all of you, congratulations. Let us give one another a round of applause, virtual clap. Salamat, 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 Gid. You know, it's very, very interesting and amazing to see all those images. And I hope that when those presentations were flashed before you, I hope everyone was paying really careful attention to the images because they are indeed very powerful. As I was talking with my colleagues here in the studio, I've been making remarks every time I see images. I always say they are very powerful, inspiring, and they fill me with a lot of a sense of hope. That's why I am reminded of the common, what we call these comments during our breakout sessions when some people would say there is no future in the arts. And I think today we have really proven them wrong because in fact, in arts, we can see the future. Through your images, we see different paths and images of the future. But what I'd like to emphasize is that future outcomes can be influenced by our choices in the present, by what we do today. Even though we can't determine which future of an infinite possible variety will eventuate, nevertheless, we can influence by the shape of the future, which does eventuate by the choices we make regarding our actions or inaction in the present. Take note that our inaction is also a choice. Therefore, these choices have consequences, and so they need to be made as wisely as we know how. All these reflections add up to a need to take responsibility for our futures. The actual future, which is singular, which eventuates and in which we will ultimately live and experience as the present at the time, will be governed by our actions, or as I've said, inaction in this present, along with the choices we have made among many alternative potential futures. Take note, plural. In other words, is our future simply a mere continuum, or is it really a different from what we are experiencing today? What we have today is in fact the future we dreamt yesterday. So our choices and the passage of time reduce the infinite field of potentialities to a single experienced actuality, which then passes into history and can no longer be changed. In other words, and this is the key point, we can only have an influence on the potentialities of the yet to be and can do nothing about what has already been. Therefore, my dear friends, artists of the Visayas, let us try to create a better present moment and thus past history by choosing more wisely and responsibly among our potential alternative and futures. The future is now, and the enabler, one of the strong enablers, indeed, is VIVA ExCon. Congratulations and all the best as you make the next move, because the son will have another dason, and that dason is your action. Mabuhay kitatanan. Congratulations. May I now call on Manny Montelibano, our director, for his parting shots.
Hi, Rhoderick. Thank you very much for moderating the Future Studies conference that we have for the past 4 days. Before I give my VCon 1 extro, I would like to call on the island coordinator for Antique to give his position. Since the last Viva in Rojas, Antique has expressed their interest in hosting Viva ExCon 17. Brian?
Hello, Sir Manny. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the organizers of VIVA ExCon. I would like to read to you our position um, as Antique as host for VIVA ExCon 2022. There was once a maiden whose beauty compared none. She had many suitors from lands far away. Among them were Laon and Baloy. She was smitten by Laon's gallantry and fell in love, while Baloy, after knowing this, cursed them not to see each other ever. The great god of the Bisaya, Buralakaw, heard the maiden's plea to be released from the curse, and so he did. The maiden, Orang Madyaas, later married her love, Kanlaon, and became rulers of Sakop Kang Bisaya. They had three dayangs, or daughters, all beautiful and charming. One day, when Kanlaon was away, a datu from a distant place in Brunei came to visit the Sakop. At his first glance upon the three dayangs, his love was overwhelmed by the beauty of the youngest. Instantly, he asked for her hand, but the two sisters intervened to the request. His longing was then corrupted. The man then went to beg for the hand of the youngest dayang to her mother, Orang Madyaas, but she was enraged by her madness as she was opposed to their affair. The datu went back sailing to Brunei in dismay. As days go by, the youngest dayang got pregnant and was blessed with a handsome child. Years passed and there was no news about Kanlaon. The family grew up under Orang Madyaas's care, not knowing what happened to their father. One day, the children decided to leave the Sakop to look for their father. Orang Madyaas entreated them not to leave her as she was growing old with no one to take care for her. Yet, in spite of her pleading, the youngest Dayang was able to persuade her sisters to go with her. With too much ado, the three Dayangs and the child sailed to look for their father. The day was windy and big waves could be seen in the distance. It wasn't long before they were tossed by a big wave, capsizing their boat, and was swept into the sea. Baloy, who ever since was a family adversary, took advantage of the situation. He again asked the help of a wicked enchantress to cast a spell on the family that caused him misery. She cursed them to become unchanged. Orang Majas and Kanlaon were totally separated by deep bodies of water. Kanlaon, who was separated from his family, can be found on Negros Island. Majas' proud face became sorrowful due to the family's fate. So for centuries, tears continuously fell down her cheeks, becoming crystal clear waterfalls. Baloy, who ever since was the family's bitter foe, was punished by Buralakaw for his misdeeds and now stands alone, isolated from the rest. The three dayangs now floating out in sea is now known as Batbatan, the eldest dayang, Maningning, the second dayang, and Mararison, the youngest and prettiest dayang. Right beside her is Nablag, an islet that is said to be her child. These islands, children of the Kanlaon and Madyaas, are just within the queen's view, but far from her grasp to save. The legend of Madyaas and Kanlaon, while being an old epic story, a poetic story itself, resonates with the socio-demographic situation of the province, built and sustained by constant diaspora. The legend represents the exodus of current labor forces to find a source of living in other places, best depicted in Antique's identity as a Sakada country. This still exists even today. In the late 20th century, Sakadas from Antique were sent to sugarcane haciendas in Iloilo and the island of Negros to provide for the much needed workers during the harvest season. This resulted in the fragmentation of the families and communities the Sacadas leave behind. Antiques as a community continue to weave through these challenges, now made even more complex by pandemic, which has limited everyone's mobility and consequently their opportunities to find better paying jobs in, in the city and other more profitable areas of the region. Antique has graced herself as a cradle of the Malay heritage of the country. The Maragtas, or the story of the barter of Aninipay, to the Bornean Datus is a testament of this shared identity among the provinces of the island of Panay, dating back to our pre-colonial history. The Visayans have always been identified by the archipelagic situations of our provinces. One central object of our uniqueness as Visayan and as Filipino has always been the biday, or the barangay, by which our ancestors have since used to sail to lands we now call our homes. The Sugidanon of Panay mentions the importance of the biday and our seafarer ancestors. Antique, in its seclusion beyond the steeping figure of Mount Majaas, has recognized the binirayan of our of our Malay ancestors as one of the crucial distinction of our Visayan heritage. She comes as a reminder amidst globalization and amidst the time of pandemic to the importance of who we are as a people in order to move forward without forgetting. After its 30-year culmination in Bacolod, it is seen as a fresh start for Viva ExCon to be hosted in Antique. The question lies ahead is what's next, or ano dasun? What becomes of Viva and the ex-cons that have shaped the Visayan Islands? The words of the late governor, Evilio Javier, ring true now. Let us gather the strands of memories of our past as we look back with pride, that we may look ahead with confidence to Antique or to tomorrow. As a new venue, aside from her rich historical and cultural heritage, and a people who value her tradition, including the arts, which helped shape her identity in the whole Western Visayas, Antique has also produced exceptional and high acclaimed craftsmen, or mga tigkuti kag mga busalian. These are those who were and are practitioners and patrons of the arts. Antique is home to a wide range of artists, from celebrated Jeremias Elizalde Navarro, Edsel Moscoso, to internationally acclaimed Lani Maestro. Navarro, awarded national artist for painting, is considered one of the pillars of contemporary art in the country. Edsel Moscoso, a Bugalka Antique awardee, was the champion of Antiqueño manscapes, gaining him national accord for his unique signature and style. And Lani Maestro, a Biennale veteran whose works have been shown extensively and has garnered the respect of the international artistic community, traces her roots in Antique. Other contemporary artists, like film producer and director Arden Condes of John Denver Trending, which was nominated Best Film at the 24th Busan International Film Festival, hails from Antique. Though not quite deliberately, Antique has contributed to the creative economy in spite of its limitation of resources. We can only imagine what more Antiqueños could contribute to the practice and the scene if only they were provided with appropriate resources to begin with, educational institutions for formal art education, and a thriving practice as a result of a thriving art scene, just to name a few. But we can also indulge in this scarcity, that perhaps this place can offer the kind of practice at art scene that is different from what we are used to or have defined. Perhaps Antique is the place where we could begin to innovate. Perhaps the hosting of the 17th Viva ExCon will provide us with that opportunity for innovation. Viva ExCon as the pebble in the pond. It is by no doubt that Viva ExCon is instrumental in the revitalization of the art community. It is just like how art should inspire and at the same time disturb. Viva is that pebble dropped in a still pond, sending out ripples across the surface. In the past 8 years, Antique has not shied away from participating in the ExCons, from a single student in 2014 to 5 attendees in 2016, and grew to 15 participants in 2018, and now to a remarkable number of 27 participants this year. This dedication shows the passion of Antiqueño artists for growth and the burgeoning hunger to share what they have to Viva ExCon and the world. Of all the provinces in Panay, we are the people who has always used the Kinaraya phrase, which is popular among our native speakers practically. Suba sa iraya, kagdulhog sa ilawod. This means that we are a people of vision, dreams, and aspirations. We strive hard to achieve them by using this figurative phrase, which means to go up to the mountain and to go down again to the valleys or to the sea. This vividly illustrates our people's virtue of sharing what we have, whether it may be success or a failure. We are people who have a shared destiny. Although we are diversified in social status and preference in life, yet we are united in cause to promote and share our talent, culture, and arts. It is our paada, or gift to the nation and the world. Viva ExCon as a vehicle for change in Antique and beyond. Antique, as an artists group, is faced with many challenges. Viva ExCon can be a catalyst for the Antiqueños to overcome these obstacles. Hosting the conference could first of all present as Antiqueños the central theme, a purpose, where we can potentially work together to achieve something beyond the usual that we do as individual artists. Second, the networks we form in the duration of the organization, in the organizing and the launching of the conference could provide more opportunities for working together in the future, albeit incrementally, towards a much bigger, more extensive goal. Viva ExCon has proven itself to be an effective motivation and inspiration for Visayan artists to come together despite the geographical divide. In that connection, hosting Viva ExCon would also prod the Antiqueño artists to learn other practices which are deemed unimportant working alone, which are deemed unimportant in working alone or in isolation, but would become handy in the performance of new roles. Skills such as community organizing, group brainstorming, facilitation of small group discussions, even as simple as learning technical writing are abilities that the group could definitely learn or relearn as process of organizing the Biennale. These skills are not just for personal improvement, but are necessary tools for communication and ensuring the achievement of our goal, which is to be heard and to play significant roles in the development of our communities. The issue of lack of support and getting the wrong kind of patronage is always a two-way street. We have we all have differing ways on how arts should be appreciated. Antiqueños are no different. However, bringing Viva ExCon to Antique presents the opportunity to educate not only the artists, but the community as well. Viva ExCon would not impose on them the ways to appreciate art, but would present them other ways looking at it. This opportunity all the more becomes relevant considering what Congresswoman Lauren Legarda has planned for the development of art and culture in the province. We need to make our presence known in order for us to be given more active roles and the chance to participate. The inexplicable energy you feel that unites all artists under one cause is an inspiring one. In addition, the ex-cons have proven to be the catalyst of change and reasserting validation to the practice of the arts. The rawness of the Antiqueño community and limited exposure to newer concepts makes it a perfect hub for molding potentials and empowering local art practices. When the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, when the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra performed at Aninii Church in 2018, the courtyard was packed with people from all walks of life. Even former Senator and now Congresswoman Lauren Legarda took notice of Antique's hunger for the arts. The potential exists in a vacuum, while the visual arts community are presented with the challenges and seeking active collaboration with the education sector, like the University of Antique Architecture and Humanities Department, the government and the governance, and the stakeholders They continue to persist. A flock of support from institutions such as Viva ExCon, together with all the exposure it will bring to the province, will incentivize these sectors to patronize the arts further. This way, we can mobilize more budding artists and remove barriers for them to realize their fullest potentials. According to Irina Bokova, Director General of UNESCO in 2013, creative economies create jobs that contribute to overall well-being of communities. individual self-esteem, and quality of life, thus achieving inclusive and sustainable development. In the dialogues that we have had for this year's conference, it appears that is the direction to where the country is headed. Creative economies, creatives taking more active roles in the society. Viva should begin to reassess its position and see if we as a group should embrace and develop this direction or present them with a better one. What better one is, we currently do have the answer. However, Antique can provide us with a venue to discuss this matter further, given again the prominence of our Congresswoman in the arts and culture scene. We believe that Antique is the cradle and the spring from which the enchanted and invaluable Tantanan Kagbilidhun arts came from, a God-given place that awaits to be thoroughly explored and to be a catalyst for innovation and collaboration. Given all these, given all these, we are persuaded that Antique has the capability to host and grace the 2022 Viva ExCon. This is our preferred future. Kruhay. Thank you.
Ruai, Brian, thank you very much. So we will have, I think it was decided that Viva ExCon will be in Antique on 2022. And we will decide for 2024 by June, no? Who's going to be the next host. As an extra, thank you, Brian, for a very emotional speech. Well, for VCon 1, VCon 1 was intended to focus on preferred futures of Visayan artists. And the real intention, actually, if there was a physical conference, the real intention was to create a futures vessel where Viva ExCon organization propose to the different provincial and island centers to create a local art project to be produced by artists based on the preferred futures coming out from VCon 1. This is all the island coordinators, I think, has to meet, no, regarding this, no. At the moment, we are trying to raise some funds so that we can reinforce this local art projects. As we go towards the future, we segue to VCon 2, which will focus on the process of kalibutan, the world in mind, our world and our consciousness. The exhibition component of Viva, which will be held on July 2021. Another component of VCon 2 is the exposition of current issues, concerns, and topics related to our artistic practice in the Visayan region and the world. This will also include a special feature of the islands and provinces that will include current art programs, developments, as we navigate through the health crisis. So with VCon 2, we will have also another meeting for the 2024 Viva ExCon. So for our schedules for VCon 2, Viva ExCon, the conference component has just started already. And we will go towards VCon 2 with nodes for Kalibutan, the exhibition, artist perspectives, online therapy, art initiatives, biennials in the new normal age, the art market for Visayan artists, and our residencies after the pandemic, the art market post-COVID, online workshops on alternative mediums, lockdown art, navigating digital exhibitions, museum management projections after the pandemic, and with the inclusivity or aim of Viva ExCon Dason, we are giving special participation and feature to the different provinces and islands of the Visayas. So we are expecting not only participants from the Visayan region and in the Philippines, but around the world. And we will go on live, no, in YouTube. After this, we will also collate all the videos and the talks which was given to you by our resource persons, and we will upload them in YouTube for access, no, for easy access to everyone. Thank you very much sa inyong pag-attend, sa inyong pag-support. I know we have lawig, we have a long time, no, together, and I really wish that we could, come together on July, no, considering na may pandemic pa, no, pero hopefully we can have a vaccine and we can travel and you can eat our inasal. We are preparing already the chickens for you. For the vegetarians, of course, we have vegetables. No, so thank you very much for the conference staff, Jade, Rhoderick, Samonte, for the Viva Secretariat, the island coordinators, which played a very, very important role to this conference. We shall segue to VCon 2, and I welcome Mr. PG Sulwaga of Iloilo, who composed a song for us. Thank you very much and have a pleasant afternoon.
Idol, idol.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. PG Zulwaga of Iloilo.
Volume, please.
For ending, beginning. This is the Viva ExCon song. Para sa ating tanan. Kita nagkakasay sa balangaw ng pag-uwi. Lapit na matapos ang ginsad sa bitpili. Lawig na tinipon ang atong naging sultan. Isip ko na minalaw naging tanda sa tanan. Ang atong kabuhi nagapadayon, nakaligwas na daw tao, kagpunas sa baybayon. May kahulugan na kita ay diri, kapangitan, kahitwayan na pinasulapi. Dahulat kita nagkakalangkaw, kita naging matarong ng isang tao. Damo ang natutunan sa ating mga inimuan. Halin sa ginsukuran, gusto sa hinga Usisa ang kagisusun, pagpo magpaalam, magudlay ang lakaton, kung magbukas ang bukan. Kung tanan-tanan, magatapos na lamang. Kung nalimutan ang bukos na masarangan, nagamulat kita, nagkakalangkan. Itanangin matarong ng isang pag, madamo ang naguhan sa atong mga hinimuan. Halin sa dinsuguran, tugtong sa hinapusan. Kita agad ako kaliwat, magkaumpisa naman. Kahulat kita, nagagalangka. Kita nanging matarong ng isang pag, madamo ang natunan sa atong mga hinimuan. Halin sa dinsuguran, tugtog sa hinapusan. Damagad ako sa iwat, magkaumpisa naman. Mabuhay! Viva ExCon!
Mabuhay! Thank you very much. Again, a round of applause to PG Zulwaga. Virtual round of applause. As we conclude the VIVA ExCon conference, we now express our gratitude to our resource persons and sponsors. Again, so please join me in thanking our resource persons for family, Alfredo and Isabel Aquilizan, Rosemary Jacobo Sarnate with reactors Raymond and Estela Fernandez. Resource persons for business, Calixto Chiquiamco and Ed Valencia with reactor Raul Arambulo. Resource persons for education, Brother Edmundo Fernandez, FSC, and Father Jason D. S.J. with reactor Dr. Palmi Tudtud. Resource persons for governance, Senator Lauren Legarda and Congressman Jose Francis Benitez, PhD, with reactors Brother Tagoy Hakosalem, OAR. And for our sponsors, National Commission of Culture and the Arts, Madam Ugid nga Salamat, Asian Cultural Council, Metrobank Foundation, Cultural Center of the Philippines, Visual Arts and Museum Division, Japan Foundation Manila, Tinao Art Management Incorporated, Raul and Marita Arambulo, Secret Fresh, Dalasal College of St. Benil, Artabang, Tropicalia Pizza, Benil School of Deaf Education and Applied Studies, Biyay Hubahib Cebu, Carlos Ilado Memorial State College, Art Plus Magazine, Institute of the Moving Image, Lasal Bacolod, Philamer Christian University, FCU Blueprint, Capiz Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Office, ang Panublion Museum, Chi Alpha Philippine Mob, Capiz State University Artist Guild, Guban Handurao, Capiz State University, Samar State University, Center for Culture and the Arts Development, Bohol Pop, Art District, Orange Project, 12 Coffee Plus Art, Block 17 Art Space, Art Association of Bacolod, Gallery and Cafe. I think that's it. Again, a virtual round of applause to our resource persons and sponsors. Madamo, madamo, madamo gigya salamat from the VIVA ExCon organizers and all the artists of the Visayas Islands. Start of VCon 2 is December 12, 10 a.m. for Kalibutan, Curators Converse, what happens in, to, with, through the world, Region 6. And on December 19, 10 a.m. for Artist Perspectives with Inagaki Tatsuo, Rini Hashim, and Wimo Bayang. So again, I'd like to call on Bantayan for our entertainment. Let's give it up to the group of Jake from Bantayan. Madam Ogid nga salamat. Goodbye.
Yeah, Jake.
See you.
Woo!
Nakakala sila kung may mga songs ko na mo or kanina. Mga extra.
May request?
Salamat.
Okay ba?
Baguhon ang banas ng panglakaton numanang madangtan sa pinili kong dalan kabay nga hindi pa ulihi ang tanan di nang mga sinya sa cross nga alagyan ang talagog talang-talang nagtalang-talang panaga padayon sa panglakaton kuy iining mga bugat nga dalalon sa imo paminsaron kag balat tiyagon kuy iining mga bugat nga dalalon nga dalalon nga dalalon dali na kay sang bago nga kalibutan ako namigo ugma ang hari sa duta ray ng kalibayan ako nga abiyan magiliuso sa kausa sang kahilwayan peace be with you man right. Yeah, pa 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 yeah. All right, feeling the blue. Yeah. Abyan ko sa ining tinion. Ipabutyag sa katawhan ang imong nga nabalan, ang kaalam ngaging bungkal sa kadutaan. Ipalaplag mo sa hangin ang unod sining sugilanon, para mga tubang hangkat sang henerasyon. Tanga mga katawhan nagtuhaw sa kadutaan. Ibalik ta ang balanse sang kalibutan. Mahimo ta sang bag-o nga alagyan. Padulong sa promisa nga kadutaan. Ako lamigo, tugma ang hari sa duta, ray ng kalipayan. Ako nga abiyon, magiliusa sa kausa sang kahilwayan. Ang paghidait yara sa imo, kag yara man sa amon.
Yes. Hello? Okay na? Okay na?
Yes, Sir Jake.
Okay,
Game.
okay, so I will just hand it over to I guess the people who are part of the music group and who are from the local music school here. So they will do a more formal introduction, a brief introduction about the musicians, and maybe say a bit more about music here on Bantayan. So pwede lang mag-Bisaya, okay? Maybe English, Bisaya, ano na lang. Okay, so here's Nang Lourdes. Palihog lang nan. Dali na lang. Tindog na lang siguro. Okay. Dali lang palihog na. Mani ang camera.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, Rini.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed their little performance now, and I'd like to welcome you to our house. This is the house of Chris' grandfather and my grandmother. So before Yolanda, we used to live here. Then when Yolanda broke our house, went to transfer to Santa Fe. Everything, the only thing that was left here was the ceiling. So this old house used to be well, it's not the same, but the people who used to live here, like my great grandmother, they used to love music and dance. And so with the old houses there by the plaza, in the olden times, they said that it was the seat of the orchestra. So on weekends, they have orchestra. They don't have the video players and the cassette players, but when they want to dance and to have some music, it's live, it's just like this. So in the olden times, they said, kung mag-fiesta ang bantayan, it's a ballroom thing, no, with live music. Now, Adrian is Adrian is the great grandson of Kapitan Tawik Rubio. He happens to be the brother of Kapitan Tawik was the engineer of our old church, who happens to be his great grandfather. And in their house, you can see the 1700 violin which they use. They all love music, so you are, I think, the fourth or fifth generation. So there was in 2011, Mayor Chris had a project to teach whoever wants to learn how to do music, the violin. So he asked his family to teach them. So the next year, the parents were the ones who said, "Oh, can you do the same thing as last year?" So the parents were so encouraged that their children wanted to learn, to be educated in music. So after that, since then on, every summer he had to do music clinic. 2017, we invited a classic youth orchestra under Ingrid Santa Maria because his maestro, Ray Abellana, happens to be a Bantayano. He's from just the street in the back. Amazing. Yeah, so amazing. So last year, they play also for our town concert. Whoever saw that last year, not the church, for the unveiling of our dibujos at Visayan. Now these four guys, they're the loyal ones. So they started in their school. They were still small. We have pictures. So we don't, even if they're not asked to go to the school. They go to the school. They practice. So I hope the music industry, the passion for music will help also the younger generations now. So that's what we really want to do, is to encourage them to be involved in music. So, it gives a better life for me, I think. So we have John, Geneve, Nino, and William. So they started out. They actually have other songs, but I think they're a little nervous now. They forgot all the notes. They have other songs. The one that they say now, wala sila nakapag-practice ngayon. Ito sa new song for them sa
Yeah, ma-appreciate ka po naman. So, salamat tayo.
They do the accompaniment the Domingo kami sa 8 o'clock. No? They go there in the second floor where the choir stays. And then they do the
nice.
So thank you for the opportunity given to us. Thank you for sharing.
Salamat lahat. Okay. Wala. Okay, so salamat, Viva. I think that's it for us now. To be continued.
Bacolod City is tightening its quarantine measures amid a steady increase in COVID-19 cases. Authorities say they support the implementation of modified enhanced community quarantine to curb the spread of the virus.
ang panglakaton manang madangtan sa pinili kong adalan kabay nga hindi pa uli